Every swing he makes, the battlefield shakes. All the spikes shoot from the ground, enemies fall all around. Shatter earth with a might bound. Maybe rapture, feel his fury, builds momentum, gets it hurry. With the cataclysm, ground will quake. In the city of Misfire, dark streets with fire, Orc fighter stands tall. He's ready for brawl. Armor gleams in moonlight. He's prepped for the fight. Let's his through with might. Shadows blur in the night. Aim and roll. Maybe rapture, feel his fury, builds momentum, gets it hurry. With the cataclysm, ground will quake. Ground will quake. In the land of air beneath the moonlit sky, a caravan left Winstead, grit in their eye. Wagons full of goods, dreams bound for Mirrorlith, but shadows lurked in silence, bringing the test of death. The horses' hooves were steady on the worn-out trail, through valleys deep and wide, past the silver veil. Bandits in the night, with greed and foul intent, turn the peaceful journey into swift lament. Run, caravan, the bandits close behind. From Winstead to Mirrorlith, there's no peace to find. Hold tight to your dreams, ride through the night. In the land of error, you must stand and fight. Torches lit the darkness, faces cloaked in dread. Caravan speeding forward, a bounty on its head. The wind whispered warnings through the ancient pines, as Ferris hills echo with those desperate cries. Wheels upon the gravel, hearts pounding wild, whispers of a haven, just another mile. But destiny and terror is cruel and unkind. Bandits closing in, stealing peace of mind. Run, caravan, the bandits close behind. From Winstead to Mirrorlith, there's no peace to find. Hold tight to your dreams, ride through the night. In the land of error, you must stand and fight. Wheels upon the gravel, whispers of a
What's going on, y'all? Y'all ready for some thrilling Worm Online action while we talk about Ashes of Creation and stuff today? Hope you guys are ready. Zedga just resubscribed for their 38th month. 38 months. 38 months. That is just incredible. Zedga, thank you so much for the resubscribe. And yes, huge day today. Levi Ojima also resubscribed earlier for his 38th month. And I cannot begin to describe how just flabbergasted it leaves me that you guys have stayed subscribed for 3 years when I might have streamed 25 times over the last 3 years since Alpha 1. But here you guys are, and you've stayed subscribed the entire time, and it's really, really cool of you guys. And then of course some of you guys have gifted subs on top of that. It's crazy. So I really do appreciate you guys. It is incredible of you guys to do this. But that's not the point today. Today the point is we're getting an Alpha 2 date. We're getting an Alpha 2 date. I want your predictions. I have a prediction. Y'all aren't going to like my prediction. I have a prediction. I want y'all's predictions. I want to know when you guys think Alpha 2 is coming. I want all the Ashes questions. If you have anything about Ashes of Creation, if you're new here, you're just now hear about all this hype and you have a question, you want to know something, I'm here to answer all the questions. And in general, we're here to party and hang out until the AMA starts, and then we'll watch the AMA together. And as is usually my policy, when people who are more important than me are talking, I shut the fuck up. So I won't be saying very much or at all during the AMA, but we can all hang out and chat and through text and stuff. So I hope you guys hang out through all of it. Also, just to let you guys know, after the AMA, I got a little something I got to go do for a few hours. And then I'm going to be back going live again at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time with Dr. Burns from the Copium Clinic, and we're going to be talking all about the AMA, everything we heard, everything we learned, and all that stuff. So I hope you guys come hang out for that. And also, tomorrow's my birthday, and so I will be having a birthday stream tomorrow, sometime towards the middle of the day, around 4 or 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. So come hang out for that as well. Splitzer says they're the real Zillin stands. Belial says September 134th. I mean, I was saying September 78th. I've been saying September 78th since they first announced it was definitely going to be in quarter 3. And I will tell you guys that I have a suspicion that we are not going to be getting an October date. I think it's going to be later than October. Just a suspicion, not based on anything other than my own, just pure suspicion. But the good news for you guys who really want it to be in October is I have been dead wrong about Alpha 2 for 3 years. Now, I've been wrong by saying it's coming sooner, and it hasn't been coming sooner, it's coming later. Now I'm thinking it's going to come later, but I've been wrong the entire time, so maybe I'm wrong again. Q, thank you for the follow or the subscription, man. I really appreciate it. Hype day. It is hype day, man. It is hype day. We are going to be talking about Ashes of Creation all day long. This day is a non-stop Ashes of Creation day. We're just doing Ashes all day long. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys, from Strangeness over on YouTube. Yes. Yes, that is awesome. Zero Nom says Q&A just going to be a blank screen that says thanks for the beach house losers. Man, I would never do that to you guys. I would never ever do that to you guys. What I found, and this is probably a little bit of my very weird memory and the way my memory works. You know, I streamed all during Alpha 2 for 1 month. And, you know, I had a, pretty good following during that month. You know, I averaged about 70 people or so on Twitch. And then basically didn't stream for 3 years. And then when I started streaming again here a few months ago, once the hype started to really start to come back, I was recognizing the people, and I remembered specific things about them. Like one person, I was like, wait, you're the guy that lives in Oklahoma and you're a football coach. And I'm sure he was like, you knew me for 1 month, 3 years ago. How do you remember that? You know, weird stuff like that. So I'm never going to forget you guys. That's for sure. Restream is not linked again. It does. I saw a YouTube message came through. There's another one. YouTube Planendorf. Yo, Zillin. Stoked for the AMA. Thank you for the stream. Yes, Planendorf. Thank you, man. Thanks for hanging out. I know you can't say anything. I've been telling people already. I have a suspicion we're not getting an October date. I have a suspicion it's going to be later than October. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong about that. But that's just my suspicion. I may just be letting the pessimism take control of me or something like that. the stream money getting you a beach shack, maybe. Yeah, like I'm okay. I'll tell you what. With the money, okay. Aside from the day that Levi and Pat Millhouse and Sneckers went absolutely insane and gifted just stupid number of subs to my channel, like 300 subs or something in one day, and that day was great. But other than that, I might be able to pay the entrance fee to get into the beach. Whatever, like the $12, whatever, I might be able to pay that with the money that I've made on Twitch. We're not buying no beach houses over here. But that one day was incredible. It absolutely was. In case you guys are wondering about this wonderful gameplay you're seeing in the upper right hand corner here, this game is called Worm Online. It's an old MMO. I don't know if it's older than WoW, but it's about the same age as WoW. Came about right around that same time. It's actually made by Notch, who is the guy who made Minecraft.
Ready to serve, my lord.
Oh, that's not going to be good. I'm not going to be able to see that. Idle Hard, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Anyways, Notch and the guy who made this with, his partner, his name was Rolf. They had an argument, a disagreement about like how long it should take to do things in game and like how much should be happening. And Notch felt like things should be more instantaneous and happen quickly, and you should be able to build villages and castles and blah 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 in days instead of months. And Rolf felt like if you put effort into it, you'll value it more. So they disagreed, and so this game, where this little blue bar in the bottom right hand corner of the screen you're seeing go by, that's everything. Like every action you do in the game, mining, farming, animal husbandry, crafting, I mean everything in the game, building things, is all it is just watching that little blue bar fill up over and over again. And so Notch abandoned the project and went and made Minecraft and made billions, and this guy struggles to get like 500 people on his game. So Notch was clearly correct on that. However, have you ever, here, let me explain this. Have you ever had, like when you were a kid, there was a food that you really liked and it was some microwavable crap, like canned raviolis or some party pizza or something like that. Then you loved it as a kid. And then as an adult, you saw it in the grocery store and you're like, oh, let me go try that again. I used to love that. And you try it. And even while you're eating it, you're actively eating it. And you know, this isn't good, but somehow the nostalgia still makes you want to eat what you actively know is bad. That's what Worm is for me. Oh man. Let's see. Bro's balling out with his park entrance fees. Exactly right. Is that Minecraft's dad? So it literally is Minecraft's dad. Yes, this is Minecraft for adults. Q, I don't know Notch, but I mean, I was in like forum conversations with Notch and Rolf back when this game was very, very first getting started. About the kind of conversations about how long things should take, and they've done a lot of things since then in the 20 years since then to like make the game not be quite as long, but it's still literally just watching this stupid little blue bar fill up. That's the whole game. I'll show y'all guys combat here in a little while. It's ridiculous how bad combat is. Zillion eats worms 2024. SpaghettiOs are unpalatable. Yes. They absolutely are unpalatable. There's no question about that. So guys, we have the Alpha 2 date coming today. I saw a couple of predictions down in the comments a minute ago, but I am legitimately curious what you guys are thinking as far as a date for Alpha 2. They did say during the last live stream that it was going to be in October. I noticed that they were very careful not to use the word delay. They didn't say, hey, we delayed to October. They just said, hey, we're going to give you a date that's going to be in October, which I thought was pretty interesting way to go about it. But so I'm curious when January 2025 from Q. Planador said Zillion streaming Alpha 3 gameplay right now. Yeah, this is actually made in Unreal Engine 7. So that's why you guys have never seen anything that looks quite as good as this before. It's that fancy new Unreal Engine 7 that it's a prototype. That's the right word. Triple Play says, I say October 18th for my daughter's birthday. Okay, listen, bro. listen, I need you to listen very carefully to me. I love you, man. One of my best friends. We meet for lunch every week. What happens with you is important to me. What happens with your family is important to me. If Alpha 2 launches on your daughter's birthday, and your daughter's birthday party is on the same day Alpha 2 launches, I ain't coming to your daughter's birthday party. Just letting you know right now, homie. Big Quads on Campus said, was there any question in the forum that you liked? Any chance that you went through them? Ladulu, yes, it's Worm. This is Unreal Engine 7 prototype gameplay that nobody's ever seen before. I did not go through the forum questions. It's funny, somebody asked me a similar question earlier today, and they were like, what are you excited to hear? And I'm like, the Alpha 2 date. That's it. I do not give a flying crap about any of the rest of it. It's all of the rest of it is fluff for me. Well, that's not true. I guess the roadmap, specifically like what's coming, I'm very interested to know if they're going to tell us, for example, like, is he going to say Alpha 2 launches in October, and Alpha 2 is going to launch with this many races, this many classes, this type of node. The nodes can go to this level. You can go to this level. And then our first major update is going to be in December. And in December, we're going to be putting in secondary archetypes and augments. And our next major update is going to be in March of 2025. And in March 2025, we're going to be putting in these 2 new node types. And now nodes can go to level 4 or whatever. Like, is that the type of roadmap are we going to get? Or is it going to be a lot more vague than that? Or is it going to be more specific than that? So I guess the Alpha 2 date and the roadmap are all that really interest me. All the other questions are just like, I'll figure it out when we get there. Like, I'm that way when I meet somebody. I don't ask a whole bunch of questions about you and be like, what's your favorite color? And what do you do? And where are you from? And blah, blah, blah. I like to figure that all out through conversation. So it's kind of the same thing. I just want to figure all the rest of the game out. I just need the date and the roadmap, and everything else can just go away. But Burn said, now you want the Roadman too, and there we go. Yeah, exactly. Ludulu says, Jesus, that's hardcore as hell. I tried playing that tons of years ago, and it was hard to get into. I was telling everybody earlier, I got into this game early when it very first came out. And so, yes, I've been playing it a long time, and it is a perfect game. It's such an AFK game. It's such an AFK game. So it's a perfect game to play, like, for example, while I'm just talking to you guys about Ashes of Creation, or while I'm writing a script for an Ashes of Creation video, or like anything like that. And so, because I don't want to get into anything else, because I know Ashes is so close, I'm just playing this. It's whatever. And because I know the Alpha 2 is going to kind of be up and down, the servers will be up and they'll be down and stuff, I can always just hop right back into this, no problem. Because it's such a slow game. Everything happens so slowly. So, anyways. Surgeon General says, let's roll. Yes. Levi says, Zillan, I cannot wait for them to answer the important questions people have been asking on the forum. Will my character be able to wear stockings and stocks and Alpha? That is not... That... Okay. I will admit this. That question is better than the first question from the last one. Steven, how are you? Like, we got somebody can answer all the questions about our game right here, willing to answer any of the questions, and the first fucking question is, how are you? Splinter says, if they get into the specifics, that just gives them more dates to miss, in my opinion. Splinter, you are 100% right. You're a game dev, so you know this. I don't think they're going to get into that level of specifics. I do hope that they give some type of a framework of how Alpha 2 is going to go. We plan on being up for a couple weeks at a time, and then down for 4 or 5 days, and up for a couple weeks at a time, or whatever it is. Some type of and we plan on having major updates every 3 months, or every 2 weeks, or whatever distance of time that they plan on. I would like for them to give some level of a framework for the Alpha 2. But that's just pure, that's just because I want it. Big Quads on Campus says, triple play, 2... Zillan's got his priority. I must have missed that. I'm sorry, guys. Too many questions to answer. I saw a lot of repeats about races, nodes, and augments. All stuff I would expect to get answered, I hope. I mean, I think we're going to get all the races we've already seen. That makes sense, right? Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. We're going to get all the races we've already seen. So basically not Tolnar. Is that right? Ooh, you know what? I'm not sure about that now that I say that. And then augments we're not going to have. Nodes, I think they already said it's only going to be the scientific node or the academic node or whatever they're calling it. I suspect they won't go higher than level 3. So like a lot of those questions to me have already been answered, but I guess they'll answer them later. Bilal says, let us know how them titties feel. In case you don't know the reference to that, I made this joke on the Voices of Era podcast with Nice and Else. There was a period, I actually did not watch the Fighter live stream live when it happened. And I didn't watch the Midnight Magic live stream when it happened. Because I reached a point where I was just like, I don't care anymore, let me play. And so then I made the joke that it's kind of like porn, like that was fun to watch when I was 17, but at a certain point I just wanted to touch the titties. And so that's the reference that Bell is making. It's just like, let us touch the titties already. Planador says, what do you mean roadmap? Game is done, ship it. Yeah, okay, that's it. Intrepid just officially announced the game is done. We've gone gold, boys and girls. Launch tomorrow at 8 a.m. What about thigh highs? Oh, Laduli, why are you doing this? Corpse Taker said, yo, what's going on, Corpse Taker? Thanks for stopping in, hanging out with us. Levi says, that is an actual question from the AMA forum. Can I wear socks and stockings? I mean, I will say, as much as it bugs me, and it shouldn't be this way, there are people who think differently than me. I know. It's travesty. And that's what they really care about, is like how they can make their character look. And I mean, they do say fashion is the real end game. So, okay, have fun, I guess. I personally want questions about, like, I have so many questions about augments that I know they're not going to answer, but that seem way more important than stockings and stockings and socks. Yeah, Vladis went through them on stream. Oh my god, I can't imagine. Oh, that had to be a brutal stream. Hopefully we get a framework of how they plan to structure testing. And that's pretty much what I need. Just a framework, because it's also going to help me understand from my own content perspective. Like right now, making YouTube videos, especially for Ashes, is extremely, it's putting a quarter in a slot machine. Like, sometimes, for reasons that I can't explain, the hype is crazy. Everybody, like, you get thousands and thousands and thousands of views on a video that 2 years ago would have got 850, and then right now sometimes you get 1,200 or whatever. So it's like, it's real hit or miss. But a framework of the testing will help me understand what we're looking for in the future. And so I will admit that a great portion of what I'm looking for, as far as the information that we're going to get today, is from the perspective of a content creator rather than the perspective of a tester or a player. Dr. Burns says, how many auction houses if there's only scientific nodes? How are we going to have auction houses if there's only scientific nodes? Seems like a glaring issue. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Man, now you got me questioning my own Ash's knowledge. Don't every node, regardless of type, have its own auction house within its own node area, and then the scientific nodes have, or not the economic nodes have auction houses that encompass a broader area, like a region of the game? So wouldn't we just all have individuals auction houses for now, and wouldn't that be enough, or would it not? Would people not be okay with that? It's a good question. Triple Play says we have to get this as far as a framework. I mean, you think all the ERPs care about their leg covers? I mean, okay. Have at it. Have at it. Levi says, but in-game is not an alpha. Yes. Sock augments. I mean, that's a good question. How can that augment my socks? And will they really change my socks? Or is it really just one pair of socks that has a bunch of changes to it? Or do we really have, 64 different sock options? I mean, that is a good question. It's a good question. Ludulu says, in-game starts when you want it to start. I will say that Ashes of Creation, more so than any game, any MMO that I can think of, maybe since Ultima Online, I guess it's kind of hyperbolic to say Ashes won't have an end game, because I don't mean that it won't, but it's like it won't. End game is not going to be the same in Ashes of Creation as it is in WoW, and it's 50 clones that it has, or 100 clones, or how many ever clones there are of WoW at this point. That style of end game that WoW invented in 2004, that kind of stale, repetitive, get on the hamster loop and just do something that's kind of hard to get better gear so that you can do something that's a little harder so that you can get better gear so that you can do something that's a little harder, whether it's PvP or PvE. Ashes is going to kill that loop. That loop's not going to exist. I think Steven described it absolutely perfectly in an AMA that he did a couple of years ago, as people are suffering from loop fatigue. And so to some degree, you're right. The end game starts when you want it to, or there's not going to be an end game. There's just going to be game. Are you on this stream's gameplay video? Okay, you are asking about testing, which I cannot talk about. All I can tell you is that I am, yes, in the testing, and the only reason I can tell you that is because it's publicly available information. Auction is for the economic. Sonny asked that in the AMA. Mr. Newtap said there is trading in all nodes, but not auction. So there's like a trading house or something. I thought there was just a local trading auction thing of some sort, but I don't remember anymore. It's funny how I forget about some of this stuff after I have been only I haven't been making content, because when you make content you gotta study, you gotta go read the wiki and stuff. Oh, I heard that. What was that? Mabari just resubscribed for 12 months. 1 year, Mabari. Where are we going for dinner? Well, hey man, you get on a plane. Come hang out, and we'll go to dinner wherever you want to. Mio says maybe they will test node abilities from different types before they are assigned to their respective node type, and keeping all nodes to scientific is for the sake of keeping things less complicated than necessary. I mean, that's not a awful idea. Bell jumping in with a Prime subscription for 9 months. You guys are awesome. I just want to reiterate, all these people have been subscribing for 9, 12, in the case of some people, 38 months, and we haven't even been making content. Ashes hadn't even been a real thing, and I just cannot emphasize how much I appreciate you guys with everything that you guys have done over the last 3 years. Mary Jones says economic level 5 only if the mayor decides to build one. Oh my God. Okay, so the Mary jumping in with the knowledge. As far as I knew that the economic the auction house being broader than just one was like for a higher level economic node. But I thought that all of them had some type of an auction house. More subscribers coming in. Dr. Spin subscribe with a Prime subscription, and Triple Play with a Prime subscription for 7 months. Currently on a 1 month streak. I appreciate both of you guys so much. Thank you. Planendorf says take socketing to a whole different level. Oh my God. Augments for socks would be sockets. Oh, Planendorf. That's great. Mr. Noobtastic agrees that they're probably just going to give the auction ability to the scientific node for now. That makes sense. Oh, hype train incoming! Just so y'all know, I don't think a hype train's ever happened on my stream before, so I don't even know what that means or what it does. I appreciate y'all. Big quads on campus. Hold on one second. Who was the last for Larago18 with a Prime subscription? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I really do. You guys are awesome. Maybe I can afford to go to the beach now. Let's see. Levi's in-game and other game is where you hit a wall. In-game and Ashes is when you hit tidal waves constantly moving you around. Levi, that's actually brilliant. Like things are going to be different. I know that I've said this in a million streams, and so people, some of you guys have already heard this, but this is really key. I think people really need to understand this. You're not going to have a raid team in Ashes of Creation that meets every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock and every Thursday night at 9 o'clock and raids for 3 hours. Because every day when you log in, new shit is going to have happened. The server changes. The server is dynamic. Things are going on. And so you log in on Wednesday at 8 o'clock because your raid team is going to go to whatever raid and try to do it again. But there might be a caravan that's traveling through your node zone of influence that is going to, if they get to where they're going, you have, your node has information that if it gets where it's going, which is the neighboring node, that's going to give them the materials they need to level up their node, which is going to lock your node out of leveling up. So you cannot let that caravan get over to that node. And so instead of raiding that night, you're in a like an all night long caravan war with these people from the neighboring node that are trying to get past you. And there's a million different little examples of things like that. And so very much that's why there's not an end game, because you don't just get to the end game, hit a wall, and then it's just like do the same thing over and over again for higher numbers next to your gear score. You're doing things that are actually going to matter to the game and to the game world, which is where Ashes is going to just separate big time from all of your current modern MMOs. All right. Man, so much of this came. You guys been going while I was going. I think each market will be localized, and we'll have to move the goods ourselves. That's what I was trying to suggest earlier. Yes. Got Bill. Ashes community meetup at Zillin's his treat. Y'all heard of it? Hey, y'all come on. We'll have a barbecue. I ain't even playing. A big quads on Compass says I had to take a call. Did Zillin say he wants Tolnar high thighs? Or thigh highs? Yes, I did. That's exactly what I said. Levi, maybe Ashes is the sub to Zillin fees we've paid along the way. Look at that. Sub to Zillin fees. I love it. How only 7? I've been lazy with my resubs. Yeah, man, that's messed up. Oh, we hit a hype train. Can someone tell me what train is? Because I really don't know. What does it do? Zillin needs 280 subs. I'll give 5 if someone gives 5. Osiris the Weary says, while we're on reminders, hit them with what an alpha is. So here is the thing about alpha testing, guys, that it's not just alpha testing. It's alpha testing, and it's also Ashes of Creation alpha testing. And you guys need to understand this. Everybody needs to understand this. And hopefully you guys know this. And anybody who's just who's just hearing about this Ash thing is coming in for the hype. It is an alpha test. And I don't have a specific definition right now in front of me of what alpha means, but it's even before the beta. Like alpha basically means, from what I understand, alpha means the game is still in development. Beta is the game's been developed and you're polishing and balancing and that sort of thing. So there's all kinds of things that are going to be wrong with the game. The servers aren't going to be stable. They're going to go down. We might have wipes. You might have periods of time where you've been playing every day for 2 weeks, and then they're like, whoops, server crashed. We got to take it down for a week. And so for a week, we're not going to get to play. And then when we come back up, well, we had to do a character wipe and we're sorry, and you're starting back over, and all the nodes are starting back over, and like I said, bugs and all kinds of stuff. So people should just have that as their expectation. And also, they have said repeatedly that it's not playing a game, it is testing. And so it would not surprise me if they have multiple different types of tests that they do. So like, for example, during Alpha 1, the servers were not up the whole time, the whole month. Like, they were up from 11 a.m. Pacific time, which is when they do their live stream. So when they start everything, till I think 7 Pacific time, or maybe 5 or something like that Pacific time. And then they took the servers down, and they were down all day long, and they didn't come back up till 11 the next day. And during that time, they were able to make changes and stuff. I expect that to be the case, and I expect for them to have the build that we get on for one day might not be the build that we get on for the next day, because it's going to be what they call vertical slices, where like today, PvP's turned off, nodes are turned off, all this stuff is turned off. There's literally going to be some kind of a mechanism that they have that like takes you to level 15 or 20 or 25 or whatever they want you to be, and they're just going to say, y'all go do crafting today, gather and craft. That's what we're testing. And so things will be tested like that. So just be ready for something that's not, it's not beta testing. It's not New World beta testing where they just said, hey, here's the game, go play it for a weekend early. That's not what it's going to be like. It's not what it's going to be. Oh, okay. Bilal says, I'll come to the barbecue. You say when. Bell, that's an expensive flight, homie. That's an expensive flight. You know what? Let's look that up right now. I'm going to look that up right now. New College Station, Texas flight. What? We're going to say, we're just going to say the capital, although I don't think that's where you are. We're going to find out how much this is going to cost. About $800 just to come here. I'll fucking do it, he says. It's going to be expensive to come here, homie. So none of you guys told me what a hype train does. So I still don't know what it does. I probably should read that. Dr. Spin says you get to, quote, play the game, but you are low-key working for them for free. LOL, love it. I mean, in some ways, yes. And it's not for free. It's not that you're working for them for free. It's that you paid them to work for them. Okay. That's crazy. Levi says 24 Alpha 2 365. I wish, man. And don't get me wrong, in Alpha 1, once I think it was like 2 weeks in, maybe 3 weeks in, maybe it was just the last week or something, but towards the end they did just leave the servers up. And I do expect that they're going to do that. That as we get further in, it may be 2 or 3 months in rather than 2 or 3 weeks in, but I do believe at a certain point we will just have the servers just get left up unless they have to bring them down for something very specific, like patches and maintenance and stuff, like a normal MMO. Okay. Lulu says, yep, I hope it's that way. I want directions, not a free-for-all. I mean, I think there's going to be some level of free-for-all, but I also believe there will be some very tests with directions. Bilal says, oh, fucking that cracks me up. Mary Jones said, I tested Alpha 1. Every so often, Stevie would pop in and say, okay, everyone, meet me here and do this. I expect he'll be popping in and giving us direct instructions again. Absolutely. 100%. Greek Myth, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Osiris said for free, I paid for it. Exactly. Yeah. Triple Play says, are your barbecue skills worth the $800 flight? So here's the thing, Triple Play, and you know this because you live down the street from me. I live in Texas, homie. So whether I can barbecue at a level that's worth the $800 flight is irrelevant. Someone near me can. We can get you some badass barbecue here. So we gonna make it happen one way or the other. Y'all just come on. Osiris says, cost me $500 fucking dollars. Me too, man. Me too. I tell you what, the first time I went to my wife and said, honey, I just so you know, I made a YouTube channel. I haven't really told you that I made a YouTube channel. I've just been doing this on my own, and like it's going really, really well. And I've got a lot of subscribers, and I got other YouTubers in the space like messaging me and asking me how I've grown in the Ashes space so fast, etc. And there's this test, and I want to get access to this test, and you know it's a little more expensive than a normal game. She looked at me like I was a crazy person, man. Looked at me like I was a crazy person. Paying to be a game tester for Intrepid is much more worth it than being paid to go to my job. Yep. Dr. Spinner said, oh yeah, you had to pay to work. Nice concept for them. Yes. Ladulu says that is the next step in pay to win evolution. Pay to play, pay to work. I love it. Josh White says, my worry for Alpha 2 is that people won't be able to see the vision for this game. How do you showcase server progression, which occurs over weeks and months in a 2-hour Twitch stream? I will say that is partially a concern of mine as well. Not specifically that part of it, but I see what you're saying there. But I'll give you an example that I think is a real problem. This is going to be a real problem. And I really hope that Intrepid has already thought about this. They're aware of it, and I've already taken steps to overcome it. But so one of the major downsides that you will see pointed out about this game by people who don't know much about it, they're saying it's going to be a gank box. It's a PvP game. They call it a PvP game instead of a PvX game. In a video where I went on and on and on about how Ashes is not a PvP game or a PvE game, it's a PvX game, I got comments from people being like, well, yeah, but in PvP games, this happens. And I'm like, but we just said it's not a PvP game. So again, people already are buying that narrative. So Ashes has a corruption system. The corruption system is designed to more or less to not let the game be a gank box. It's still a PvP game. You still can go engage in non-consensual PvP, but there's a corruption system in place that's supposed to limit how much that is. When this game goes live, whatever that Alpha 2 date is, which I here's a little bit of inside information for you guys. Whatever the day is, I guarantee you the servers are going to go live at 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Guaranteed. Don't know about the day. The time will be 11 o'clock a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Guaranteed. Whatever that day is, that's going to be the most number of eyes on Ashes of Creation that there's ever been at one time in one place. I bet you more than 1 million people are watching Ashes of Creation live on Twitch on that day. Bet you anything. The corruption system has to be in full force on and good and creating a deterrent, because if all you have on day one is everyone running around just fucking bedlam, killing each other, ganking each other, griefing each other, all that stuff, I don't think that they will ever be able to overcome the Ashes as a gank box stigma from that day one. They cannot let that happen on day one. If it were me, I would turn off the ability to do PvP at all for probably the first 2 weeks and let some of that hype die down. Not so many eyeballs on the project. Not so many of gigantic streamers just trying to ride the hype wave or whatever. So, but yes, I agree with you that the alpha has, by the very nature of it being an alpha, and there not being certain features in place, like doesn't allow people to get the whole picture, especially in 1 2-hour stream. Definitely. I was anticipating A2 reflecting the same feel as A1. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think A2 is going to be way bigger and have a lot more going on. Surgeon General says, I think the first day / week maybe will be a free-for-all, then more isolated tests, then free-for-all again. Maybe like just let people get it out of their systems, like that they just want to go explore the world and stuff. So just say fuck it and let them for a couple weeks. Not a bad idea. Mio says, I heard they are trying to do like Guild Wars 2 where they will patch while everything is live. Interesting. I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend I know enough about server technology to comment on that. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. I have no idea. Levi says Steven will be popping in to which server? In the Alpha 1, he was able to come across the screen on on all servers. Now, towards the end of Alpha 1, when there was like 300 people maybe actively playing the game, I think everybody was just on the same server. Bilal says, I'll pay $800 for Texas barbecue. Greek Myth says, I'll take my Midwest barbecue. Oh, man. I went to the Midwest not too long ago. I was saddened by the food. Just all the way around, everywhere I went, the food was, man, I'm glad I live in the South, man. we put spices and shit in our food. But if you like Midwest barbecue, man, have at it. Bilal said in Zillin's backyard. Yep, and I got a big backyard. Let's go. Levi says, like you were crazy, you are. We love it. I don't know what that's a response to. Falcath says, is this where we wait for the glorious delay? Falcath, yes, this is where we wait for the glorious delay. I started off the stream telling people my suspicion is we are not going to get a date starting in October. I think it's going to be later than October. That's just no inside information here. No nothing. That is literally just like what I feel down deep in my gut. So yeah, if you want to hang out and wait for the delay, come on. And then if they announce it is in October, even better. Dr. Spin says, he lives in Texas, so his backyard is in the surface of the sun. Yes. You guys can see the temperature down in the bottom right corner of the game I'm playing, 91 degrees. Well, it actually is 11:30. That's actually not bad. That's actually not that hot today, but I guarantee by the end of the day, it'll be 105 out there. It gets hot here in Texas. Oh my God, y'all's chat is going crazy. Makes it hot outside for a barbecue. It is hot outside for a barbecue, but we do it anyway. We don't care. We're gangsters around here. Gets me out of a Norwegian winter. It's true. Young Carpenter, haven't seen you in a while, buddy. What's going on? Twitch is being rude. Didn't inform me that my favorite old guy started streaming. I have not. I can't figure out why, but it seems like Restream doesn't do a good job of sending out the invite about Twitch streams. It does post to YouTube, but not Twitch, and I'm not sure why. Not sure. Greek Myth says you go at red after your first kill as shown in the Bard showcase. Imagine just going full murder hobo. Yeah, you definitely go red with a kill. I just don't know if the punishment for going red has been tested enough and is punitive enough to stop people from just going murder hobo and turning the game into a gank box or trying to turn the game into a gank box. That's what I'm saying, but you're right that you do go red with just one kill. Drunken Carpenter, nope. Mary Jones says, personally, I expect YouTube and Twitch to crash. I don't see any way YouTube crashes. YouTube has hosted many millions of concurrent live viewers across different channels many times before, like every day, basically. So I don't expect that. But Twitch, I could see that. Zillan said, corruption be damned. We're still ganking you. Well, damn. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. But, come on. Greek Myth says, it's going to happen, but people are going to care about the consequences because their character will be wiped. And that's more what I was trying to get to, is because it's just a short test. Spasso here, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Because it's just a short test, people won't be as attached to their characters. They won't care. And so they're just going to be killing. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to say the same thing that he was saying, that the nature of it being an alpha test is going to make the game not play in the way that it's kind of intended to play. Falcast says TL is delayed to 1.10. I don't know what TL is. Mio says, I lean more towards PvE, and I think the corruption system is too harsh. But I also want to electrocute smucks who try to mine resources I'm trying to collect. But I'm currently on the fence because I have heard we might be able to share, so I can get mine, might still fight for it. I mean, we definitely can't have multiple people mining on the same node. They've shown that, but they didn't clarify if you needed to be grouped. And if somebody could just run along ungrouped from you and just start mining on the same node that you're mining on. So you then, when that happens, you immediately, I mean, that creates friction, and they're all about trying to create friction. So the second that happens, it puts the choice in front of you of share these resources with someone or deletion. Huh. I like that. I hadn't thought about that. Dr. Burns says, I live in the Midwest and make Texas barbecue. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you do. Triple Play says, if you pull this barbecue thing together, I'll throw in Texas kolaches. Triple Play, I don't know if you know this, because you and I have never had this discussion, but you know that kolaches don't have meat in them anywhere else in the world except for here, right? That's a southern thing. Kolaches are fruit. People might be shocked by your Texas kolaches. Mr. Noobtastic says KC barbecue is legit. It's not Texas and the rest of the food is meh, but the barbecue is nice. Yeah, I went to Kansas for a project management a while back, and one of the things I would do when I would go around the country doing these project managements is I would try the barbecue in different areas, and KC was the one other place where I thought the barbecue was really good. Everywhere else, they have like just weird, to me, because I'm from Texas, but they have weird like concept of what barbecue even is in many cases. Osiris says, I lives in Colorado and get no good food. Oh, man, our food here is so good. That would drive me crazy. Levi says, the crazy comment came from your wife looking at you like you're... Oh, yes. Yeah, she absolutely was like, you are outside of your damn mind. But we did it anyway. Splinter says, Midwest barbecue is like getting good Mexican food in Colorado. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading the comments and I'm gonna tell this story. I feel bad. I feel bad for you Midwesterners. And I don't know how much y'all consider Michigan to be Midwestern, but I went to Michigan. It was in Ann Arbor specifically. I stayed at this hotel, and I was in this hotel for like a week and a half. And I tried everywhere around me, like restaurants around me. And there was this Mexican restaurant that was directly across the street from the hotel. It was literally the closest place, the closest hotel, and I was walking to everything else and didn't go there because I was just like, Mexican food north of the Red River just doesn't sound like it would be very good to me. And on the last night, I was like, I'd tried everything, and everything was so bad. Oh, I went to this Korean place, and the fried rice was all. I mean, it was awful. Food was awful everywhere. And I was like, I'm just gonna try it. So I go over there and I sit down, and then the lady who greets me when I walk in, the hostess, is a Mexican lady, and then the waiter comes up and it's a Mexican guy, and I'm thinking, okay, we got some promise here. We got some actual Mexican people here. Okay, we're sitting pretty, you know. And so I tell the guy I'm from Texas. I'm a little bit nervous. He's like, "Oh no, ours is real good, good." I said, "Okay, great." So I look on the list and I see beef enchiladas, and I'm like, I mean, I guess you can fuck up beef enchiladas, but whatever. I can do beef enchiladas. So that's what I ordered. I wait like 20 minutes later. They bring out this plate, and I swear to God, they took a tortilla, they put ground beef in it that had no cumin, no cayenne, no paprika, no salt, no pepper, just like they took it straight out of the tube, browned the meat, put it in the tortilla, folded the tortilla up, sprinkled some Colby Jack cheese on it, ran it through a heater to melt the cheese, and brought it to me. It was so bland. It was the most bland shit I ever had in my life. Oh, yeah. Don't do Mexican food north of here, guys. It's not good. It doesn't work out well. It don't work out well. Mio says 88 high with 54% humidity here in South Carolina. Yeah, and that's the high for today. That's not too bad. That's a lot of humidity, but that's not too bad. Creepness says, I'm in Missouri. Got a few friends who travel the country winning competitions mostly for brisket. Oh, that's pretty cool. Levi's in Missouri too. The first time a gank bot loses their equipped gear, they'll rethink their lives. I mean, that's true. That's true. Except for, I mean, people are going to find ways around that. People are going to find ways to, like an example would be get crap gear that takes nothing to make or is really cheap or whatever. Go kill easy to kill enemies, because most of the people who indiscriminately and randomly kill are not doing it for the skill. They're doing it for the power fantasy and getting some control in their lives and trying to make other people feel bad. They're basically just cyber bullies, and essentially. And so they're just going to go kill anybody that they're capable of killing with their shit gear. And if they lose the shit gear, they don't care. They made somebody feel bad and cry, and that made their day. Triple A says, I meant fruit kolaches from West Texas. Oh, okay. Shame on you for not thinking I know better. Hey, man, you know. YouTube Strangeness said, I'm normally a fighter main. In Ashes, the fighters' animations are amazing. But the functionality, the smoothness is not there. It's clunky, janky, and too slow. I can give an example of what I mean. I actually kind of agree with you. That is something that I hope that they are going to fix as they go along. And I suspect that they will, but I know what you mean. Mr. Noobtastic says, gatherers fighting by digging on the same node at the same time will make a lot of PvEers suddenly become PvP mains. Yep. Droog Play says, hey y'all, what's up, Droog? How you doing, man? If you guys are looking for Ashes of Creation content, streams and whatnot, go check out Droog Plays. He's awesome. He's a good one. Mr. Noobtastic says, imagine not being able to find good food in a state with legal weed. That's a crime. I hadn't thought about it that way, mostly because I don't smoke weed, but that's a good point. That's a good point. Greek Myth says Michigan is north. So you think Michigan is north, not Midwest, even though like a lot of times it gets included, it gets like encapsulated in that like definition of the Midwest or whatever. Okay. Mio says, adding to my comment about fighting for resources, I had to deal with ESO bots collecting my resources, or a-holes who wait until I engage a mob before grabbing a resource node, all for the chance of getting nern-honed. All for the chance of getting nern-honed? I don't know what that means. So I come with this mindset that I want to shove them off a cliff. Well, in Ashes of Creation, you can shove your opponents off a cliff. There's your sales pitch for Ashes right there. Now, I don't suggest sushi in Missouri. I don't do sushi at all. Sushi doesn't interest me. Mio has a bit of rage built up. Yeah, I can tell. You're a little spicy. Try Miyabi's or Sushi AI or Al. They're both good. There are some good spots, but a landlocked state and sushi doesn't do good. Sushi compared to coastal states. Oh my God, I went to California. I didn't have sushi. I just had Mexican food in California. And man, it was different than Texas food, because Texas Mexican food, because we have what they call Tex-Mex, which is basically just Mexican food with a lot of cheese on it. But man, the freshness of the food in California, I was blown away by that. Like, I would never, ever live there under any circumstances, but that and the weather made me be like, okay, well, I can see why people put up with what they put up with to live here. Of course, fresher is better. Splinter says, I was in Colorado and my enchiladas had canned beef and wolf red chili on top. Can we get a moment of silence for Splinter's enchiladas, please? Oh, that's wow. Okay, moving on from that, because I don't ever want to think about that again. Levi says that is a war crime. Yes. Yes, that is 100% a war crime. Josh Ace says, are you from Dallas? I grew up in the Dallas area, more the Fort Worth area, but I grew up in North Texas. I live down in College Station now. Josh Wyatt says there are thousands of Alpha 2 pretesters, hundreds of thousands. At this point, I'm not going to break NDA, but I will say if a delay was needed or expected, there's no way you wouldn't be hearing about it. I mean, I have heard some people whispering that exact thing, including me. But anyway, Abraham Wesley says, today we drink. Hell yeah. Long live the AMA. Yes, I'm so excited about this AMA. Y'all, you guys were just a little over an hour out. And we're gonna sit here. I will reiterate to all of you guys who are here right now. I have a rule. When people who are more important than me are talking, I shut the fuck up. So while we are watching the AMA, I will mute my I was gonna say I'll mute my camera. I'm a professional at this. I'm going to mute my microphone and we'll chat. We'll type in text and chat about things. But in general, while Steven and Maggie are talking, I will not be. As soon as the stream is over, I've got something I've got to go do for a few hours. So I'm going to go handle that. And then at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I will be back live here on YouTube and Twitch with the amazing Dr. Burns from the Copium Clinic YouTube channel. We're going to break down everything that was said in the AMA, talk to you guys about it, give you our analysis and all that stuff. And then tomorrow is my birthday. I turn 44,000 years old. And I will be having a birthday stream tomorrow during the day. So you guys make sure to come and hang out for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Corpseaker says, double rogue looking for work, killing those pesky gatherers, stealing resources. Hey, there you go. Make yourself some money. Strangeness says, yeah, man, I'm curious to see if dual wield / one hand and shield fighter will be any different in terms of speed and mobility. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Zillan, there is a lot of debate, but Michigan and Wisconsin are generally non-Midwestern. That's so weird. Wisconsin, like, to me, is like quintessential Midwestern. You can't get more Midwestern than Wisconsin. Maybe I'm from Texas. I don't know shit, man. Our education system sucks here. Strangeness says, I think they designed the two-hander to restrict movement and be more weighty, which I can vibe with. But I just think it needs some short CC on some things like charge to make it pop. And keep in mind, with augments, you're probably going to be able to add things like short CCs, depending on how you choose to augment your class. But I will talk a little bit about the idea of the two-handers being more weighty. One of my both favorite and non-favorite games, I love it for certain reasons, but I really, really, really dislike it for others, is Monster Hunter World. And one of the reasons I really love that game is because I don't remember how many weapons they have. There's like 12 or something different weapons. And all you've got to do is change your weapon and you're basically playing a different game. It's a new fucking game. The mechanics are completely different. Every weapon feels wholly unique from every other weapon. Even weapons that are pretty similar, they feel entirely unique from one another. If you guys have ever played that game, you know what I'm talking about. And Ashes, at least from what I can see in the live streams, it does seem like they're kind of going in that direction where some of the bigger weapons really do feel more impactful, but like you said, kind of slow, maybe a little janky, maybe a little clunky, because it's got to be slower. Splinter says, as an almost 100% Czech person, I will clear up the kolache issue. And then he said a word that nobody on earth can describe or pronounce, is savory, often meat-filled bread. Kolache are sweet fruit and or cream cheese-topped breads. Sure, whatever. Whatever you say, homie. Restream. Josh White says, with 1,000 A2 testers now pre-testing, there are no more secrets. No NDA is going to stop over 1,000 people from talking. You think so? I ain't even telling my mama. I ain't even told my mama how testing's going. I ain't risking that shit. J-Rock, what's going on, brother? J-Rock, tell me, man. Are you going to start making content again? Can I expect J-Rock content at some point in the future, or should I just unsubscribe and move on with my life? You got to tell me. You got to tell me what's up. Jacob Fontenot says, I'll never eat gumbo anywhere but the South. Yeah, yeah, that. What that man just said. Josh Wyatt says, so if the game needed a delay, you would have heard about it. For context, Nirnhoned is a very rare resource. I know what Nirnroot? Is that what it's called in Skyrim? Nirnroot? Like for every 1,000 nodes, you might get 3 fortified armor or powerful weapon Nirnhoned. Oh, it's for the... Okay, yes. I remember that vaguely now from my ESO days. Okay, thank you. Glad your camera mics suck. Oh man, that's funny. Levi says, for those who don't know, AMA equals alcoholics may ashes. That's facts. That's true. Bilal says, dude, you can't mute the camera. You're a talking head, man. I swear to God, I was sitting here and I caught myself mid-word, but I was about to say I'm going to mute my camera. And then I'm like, that's not how things work. That's not how things work. Mabari, please, nothing similar to mezzing, please. Greek says, man, you need to look at the Bard stream closer. So Mabari, when talking about mezzing, he is talking about he had a recent experience playing Dark Age of Camelot with me. We were playing together. And in Dark Age of Camelot, certain classes they're actually AoE mezzes. There's one that has an instacast AoE mez with no limitation on the number of people who can be mezzed. So if there's 220 players in the radius of the AoE mez, they all get mezzed. And it's like a 45-second. You stand there and you can do nothing. You just got to sit there and take it. Mez. Now, once you get hit, it gets broken, and then you can fight back or whatever. But what they do is they mez a whole bunch of people, and then they do a what's it called? A assist train, where they just call out the next target and they just blow up target till you're all dead. Ashes does have mezzing in that kind of way, that sleeping, they call it sleeping. But it doesn't seem like it's that long, and my guess is it'll have a numbers limitation on it. Maybe it won't, but not being instacast also helps a lot. Splinter says Zillion Vampire confirmed. Mr. Newtastic says, Woot, today is my birthday. Big 5 OMG. Happy B-Day, Leo brother. Yes, happy birthday to you, man. That's awesome. You're 50 today. 50. Big Quads on Campus says, dude, looks good for 44. Thank you. Appreciate it. I work out every single day. I take care of myself and I eat right, and I make sure to make sure that I eat all kinds of good food and drink all kinds of good food and work out every single day. J-Rock says there's a lack of CC in the game right now as is. It does seem to me like there's not a whole lot of, especially hard CC, in the game right now. I've also noticed there's not very much dot pressure. Almost all of the attacks and stuff are just a set, a number, chunk damage. And that's why healing looks really easy, because the bars move up and stay still until you take a hit. They go down and back up or whatever, if you have a lot of classes that are applying dot pressure, the bars are kind of always pressuring down. They're always moving down, and you're like trying to fill them back up, but they're going right back down because of the dots. So I suspect that we'll have some more dot pressure type stuff be added later, but right now there definitely is not enough of it. Lack of credit card transactions available. Yeah, Ashes needs some more microtransactions. I don't think they do. I do not think they do. Strangeness said, yeah, I thought about the secondary for fighter potentially being the point where you go from zero to hero. Fighters always start off bland like canned beef enchiladas, but then turn into prime steak. Yeah. Canned blood. Why did you could have just not brought up the canned beef enchiladas again? You know what I mean? Like that could have been a choice that you made. You could have just said, hey, look, Zillan almost died of secondhand embarrassment and being grossed out at the same time a second ago when it was mentioned. So let's not kill Zillan before Alpha 2 comes out or before the game comes out, because that'd be rude, because he's been thinking about this game for years and years. But you didn't make that choice. You went with the other choice. J-Rock says, yes, LOL, I will make content. It's not that rare. Awesome. So you guys, if you don't know, J-Rock made, I don't know what, 5 Ashes videos. It might not have even been 5, like 2.5, 3 years ago. But they were good. He did a great job. And then he stopped and he was like, you know what? Like many creators, he's like, F this, I'll do it whenever the game actually gets here. So you guys go follow J-Rock. I'm sure he's going to have lots of streams and whatever. Levi says, Zillan birthday stream. Yes, tomorrow. I've already announced it twice. Where have you been? Wake up. Hello, Levi. Hello. Yes, tomorrow, birthday stream. I don't know what we're going to do yet. Oh, that's right. We're going to go back and we're going to look at my old YouTube content and make fun of how fucking awful I was at it. And then we'll watch my current YouTube content and laugh at how little I've improved since my original YouTube content. Jacob Fontano says, people can't keep their lips sealed anymore. Just a day or so ago, some journalists leaked Valve's new game. Really? I didn't know about that. Mabari said, that's not how mute things do. That's a deep cut inside joke right there. Greek says, mesmerizing dance. Also, I'm referring to the EQ2 Mez. Man, I have not played. EQ is the one major MMO that I have practically no experience in. I played this much. So I don't know anything about EverQuest. Pupo says, have a good time watching today. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. Pupo, you are awesome. Always stopping in and hanging out with everybody's content and whatnot. Fupo, you don't have inside information. Fupo, can you make predictions? Are you even allowed to make predictions? Or are you told to shut your mouth when you're talking to all the creators? J-Rock says 1 and 2 second CC is pretty much nothing when you have classes that are so mobile. I wonder what they plan to do about it. Yep. I think that combat is going to need some pretty heavy balancing and adjusting once thousands and thousands of players get in there and start doing it, as opposed to just a few of the developers testing it, internally. But we'll get to that. We will get to that. Strangeness says, I actually want to try it. When I read, I actually want to try it. For a second, I thought that you were talking about the canned beef enchiladas. And I got real upset in my heart right here. And then I realized there's no fucking possible way that's what you were talking about, because you're one of the followers on my channel, and insane people don't follow me, and only insane people would want to try the canned beef enchiladas. So you must be saying you want to try something like testing Ashley. You want to try testing of Ashley Creation. Yes, we all do. Yes. Okay, I'm with you. I got you. Levi says, if Zillan dies before A2, we'll make him a tombstone saying loved Kent. Why? Why are y'all doing this to me? so gross. Just thinking about it is so gross. I used to have this girlfriend who would go to the store. I swear to God, she would go to the store and she would buy a bag of spring mix, like salad spring mix, and cans. They look like tuna cans, but they're canned chicken. Have you ever seen these? Have y'all ever seen these fucking things? Canned chicken? And then she would just go home and she would put a spring mix in a bowl, empty the juice out of the canned chicken, just plop that cold, disgusting fucking salt to the maximum canned chicken, just plop it right there on top of the fucking spring mix and just... Oh my God. Y'all are gonna kill me. J-Rock says, I remember trying EQ. That's about it. Yeah, I was playing Ultima Online, and I bought EQ, and I logged into it, and I don't know if it was the computer that I was using or the internet connection that I had or whatever, but I was able to create a character and get into the game, but it was like a fucking slideshow, and I couldn't play it at all, and I was just like, well, what's the point in this? And I moved on with my life and never played it again. So I might have played like 8 minutes of EverQuest. Strangeness says human Kalar fighter DPS with a sword and shield called canned beef enchiladas. Y'all just trying to trigger me at this point. It's fucked up. Okay. Boopo predicts a delay may or may not happen. A roadmap may or may not be announced, and classes may or may not exist. That's about right. And I mean, that's more or less what I expect from the Discord mods. I mean, they, it's like they don't, I'm sure that they don't have any real inside information, maybe a little bit, but not like hardcore. But I'm sure they're told, the perception that you might have it is out there, so don't say anything. But that'd be my guess. The plainest character. I want to share how bad the experience was, man. Don't. They don't call me Mr. Strangeness for nothing. You know what? Okay, that's a solid point. It's a solid point. I don't want to share the experience with anybody. I know they call that a courtesy sniff. Like if somebody's like, "Oh my God, come smell this," and you're like, "Why?" It's like it's a courtesy sniff. I'm not about the courtesy sniff. Y'all can keep those courtesy sniffs. I'm not Joe Biden. Okay. I can ban at Levi Jeeba for a while. Don't ban him. J-Rock the Great says, LOL, yeah, about EverQuest. I don't remember. I feel like I made a character that was like a lizard character or a dragon character. I feel like he was scaly. That's all I really remember. And that may not even be right. That's just what I feel like I remember. We're talking like 25 years ago. Big Quads on Campus says, as a spam enthusiast? A spam enthusiast? What is a spam enthusiast? Please tell me what a spam enthusiast is. Because I know it's not somebody who's enthusiastic about spam, because that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Strangely says, I'll change it to John Everyman. John Everyman. Des says, I remember walking through the fields of Kenos and the corn stalks swayed to my path in EQ2 in 2004. The corn stalks swayed to your path? Like, so while you were walking through it, the corn stalks were swaying in like a accurate way, and you're impressed by that? I'm assuming that's what you mean by this. Hawaiians love spam. I know, but that's just lack of options. That's all that is. Like they wouldn't love spam if they came to my house and had my wife, make them a fucking cheeseburger or a ribeye steak or, oh my God, her pork chops. Ugh. they would lose their love for spam. So okay, you know what? I will accept spam enthusiasts from the state of Hawaii, and that's it. If you're not in Hawaii, you're not allowed to be a spam enthusiast in my book. Zilla may exist. My resort had someone wearing a I love spam with a heart spam license plate. And then Big Quad said, bro, fried spam. That shit is bomb as fuck. No, it's not. Okay. Big Quad's on campus. Is your campus on Hawaii? Are you a Rainbow Warrior? Is that what we got going on here? Like, if you're in Hawaii, I can accept your spam love. But if not, we got problems. Like walking through grass. Okay, yeah. Listen, don't knock some fried spam. I'm going to see now, Greek Myth. I know you're in the Midwest because we've already had this conversation. There's nothing. Y'all gonna give me a heart attack. Talking about all this gross ass food. I'm in the South, buddy. We don't play around about food. You're not talking about spam. Says spam is nasty. Thank you, Des. Dude had stock investments in spam. Yeah, the guy with the I love spam t-shirt he must have. Yes, absolutely. Strangeness says, I'm seriously going to make the plainest fighter with an auto attack build with like 4 abilities max. Can you explain to me what you mean by an auto attack build? Because Ashes sort of kind of has an auto attack, but not really. And I don't know that a quote auto attack build is going to be a thing. So I think I'm going to need you to explain to me the mechanics of how an auto attack build would work. I don't mean that in a derisive way. I'm genuinely curious, like what you're thinking. Greek Myth says, to be fair, I grew up poor. Hey. Yep, me too. My family, man, until I was about 13 when my stepdad came in the picture. Man, we lived. I think sometimes about where my life was headed and where it likely would have gone and all that stuff if my stepdad hadn't come into the picture, and it's not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture at all. Levi says the I love spam guy is from where spam was invented, and the whole town is apparently in love with spam. Okay. Can you do me a favor? I'm busy because, as you can tell, I'm tending to the grass here in this field, so I'm very, very busy. Can you look up for me where the spam was invented so I can never, ever go there? Okay, thank you. Squatch Bigfoot says, howdy. What's going on, Squatch? How you doing, man? Haven't talked to you in a while. Droog Plays says, Masabi dude, spam and sushi rice so good as a Midwest dude. No, sir. Spam is not good. I mean, you're all entitled to your own opinions. I mean, let's be clear about that. You can think whatever you want, but you're wrong. You're allowed to be wrong, right? You're allowed to be wrong. Squash, no have to push buttons. Only put talent points in. So that's kind of what I was getting at, Squatch. There is no not pushing buttons. You have to actively make the choice to auto attack or to basic attack. They do have that feature. They talked about it in the Bard live stream where, like, I think if you push the auto attack button once, it will just keep auto attacking. But then when you use an ability, I think you have to push the button again to make the choice to keep auto attacking or something. But it's not like WoW where your character is just non-stop auto attacking in the background. And like I don't know, it's weird. That's a weird it's a weird thing, and I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. I've been thinking about that ever since they showed us that. Shiraneko Nianin says, would it be all in on weapon tree? I mean, that makes sense from that perspective, like where you put your points. You really put all your points in your weapon tree, although I think your weapon points are separate from your other points. I think. I'm not sure about that. Because I'm pretty sure you level your weapon. Like your weapon gets experience as you use it. Isn't that what they said? Fairly sure about that, but whatever. But you still don't have an auto attack, and that's my entire point, is that it doesn't work the way that it works in World of Warcraft. Greek Miss says, Zillion, we don't claim him. I only promote fried spam. Build Big Quads on Campus says, every build will have auto attacks be really important for either procs for your spells, damage output, or whatever, as far as I can tell. Yes. Dez says, Hormel Foods meatpacking plant, Austin, Minnesota in 1891. Thank you, Dez. Appreciate it. I mean, I don't really see any point to ever go to Minnesota, so I don't think I'll ever go to Austin, Minnesota, but now I know. Zenthos says, good day. Was Burns joining today? I will re-announce for everyone. We're going to be covering the live stream today, the AMA, because they will be talking. I will not. So I will mute my microphone and we will just watch the stream together. We can chat through text if you guys want to. I have something to do for a few hours after the live stream, but at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I will be coming back online. Dr. Burns from Copium Clinic will be with me. We will be breaking down the live stream, the AMA, everything they said, giving you all of our analysis on what it all means. Spoiler alert, all of it means is we're going to play Ashes soon. And then tomorrow is a birthday stream. So be on the lookout for all of that. But 8 o'clock Central Standard Time today, I'll be back live again with Dr. Burns. Squatch Bigfoot says, wait, you have to click for each attack. Okay, so that's what I was trying to tell you guys. In Alpha 1, every single attack you made was a conscious choice. There was no in the background attacks happening for you, like World of Warcraft. So it was more similar to Elder Scrolls Online or Star Wars The Old Republic, where your basic attack was a conscious choice that you made to use your basic attack. And it's been that way all the way leading up until the very last live stream, the Bard live stream. They talked about an auto attack mechanic. And this is me trying to piece together what they're saying exactly, because we're not in the game and we can't test it and we don't know yet. But what I think they are saying is you can press mouse button one time to start your character chaining auto attacks together, so that you don't have to sit there and click to chain together your auto attacks, or hold click to chain together your auto attacks. But when you want to cast an ability, your character stops chaining auto attacks. They're not happening in the background. So like in WoW, you can be channeling an ability and your auto attacks are firing while your ability is channeling. You can't do that in Ashes of Creation. You're going to have to choose between basic attacks or abilities that you have. So it's kind of an auto attack because it'll do it for you in the background, but as soon as you start to do something, you break that chain and then you got to restart it. I hope that makes sense. J-Rock says it was never been really a thing. AD had a build like that in No World though. Stupid strong. I'm assuming LHAD is acronyms for something, but yeah. Emo Loose says, LOL, you're streaming Worm. I'm not streaming Worm. I am playing Worm while I'm talking about Ashes of Creation. And I basically what I wanted to do was I wanted to be the first one to leak the elite new Unreal 7 game engine that's in prototyping that this game is made on, so everybody can see the elite graphics that are the wave of the future. I just wanted to have people to have something to watch. In this case, I mean the blue bar at the bottom. Weapon points are separate. I was pretty sure they were. Yep. Okay, spam was made to increase sales of pork in 1937 as an extension of the other post. Oh, okay. Interesting. So spam is pork? Because it don't taste like fucking pork. Now you just made me feel bad for pork. Why are you doing this to me? Stranger says, yeah, I got you. Your basic attack, I meant. Put your points into your weapon heavily. Use the stances, exert the other 3 forms, and just basic attack. So FYI, your weapon points and your points that you use in your ability are separate from one another. So you don't have to ignore your abilities at the and put those points into your weapon. You can have your weapon be designed how you want it to be. You can't fill out the entire weapon tree, but you can get, you can build it out how you want it or whatever, and then also have your abilities. So there you go. What's the new AMA start time? There's not a new AMA start time. It's the same AMA. Wait, I have a bunch of. I have a bunch of notifications. I want to make sure that none of those were delays. No. Okay. Yes, the live stream starts in 38 minutes at 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. Q was basic attack, unless you switch to action mode, and then left click was basic attack. But yes. Squatch Bigfoot says, so what you're saying is, since I had to click for each attack, I'm going to have to invest in a couple new mouses since I'm going to wear them out, like the Diablo shoes. You can hold the mouse button down in order to basic attack. That is also, as was mentioned a second ago, only if you are in action mode. If you're in tab mode, Q is your basic attack, or you can map it to whatever you want. Mice, that doesn't feel right either. My fellow neckbeards! Hello there, sir. What have I missed? You've missed me debuting this Unreal Engine 7 footage video game, brand new video game that nobody's ever heard of before, and me talking about Ashes of Creation and speculating on the Alpha 2 date and what information we may or may not get and all that here coming up in 30 minutes. So that's all you really missed. Emolush says, might as well have been coded from the distant future. Yes. Strange says, I suppose it's putting points into passive abilities that enhance you, self-buffs you, then you mostly use basic attack for your damage. Maybe. I don't know that that's going to be a viable path, but maybe. One of the things I really, really love about the potential of this game, because we don't know that it's going to deliver on this, but the promise is just the insane build diversity. It's ridiculous how many different builds there are going to be for this game, just in general, and the different things that people are going to be able to pull off. I'm excited for all of that. So maybe that idea that you have works. That's a possibility for sure. Ash's channel is now up with its usual pre-stream countdown and music going. FYI, 40 minutes. Yes, I knew that it would be. We'll be switching over to it right at 1 o'clock. We can't miss out on this incredible, thrilling gameplay that I got going on here between now and then. Ludu says, I've heard about it. You've heard about Worm? The Unreal 7 gameplay? Bilal says, I'll take the dogs for a run. See you soon. So let me tell you guys something about Bell. He frequently says things like, oh, I got to let the dogs out. I'll be right back. Or I would take the dogs for a run. I'll be right back. Or I'm going to grab some dinner and be right back. And then he's gone for like 4 hours. So history suggests Bell's going to miss the live stream. Just based purely on history. What a loser. All right, let's eat some pizza here. Young Sofa. I hope they give a buff to players that use action mode or no one is going to use it. You know what's interesting? I have thought a lot about this. Number one, they've already said that abilities that are templated will either hit harder or have added functionality, confer different special status effects and stuff like that for using something that you actually have to aim. But you have to keep in mind that their action mode is really just action camera, but it's still a lock-on system. You can still, matter of fact, while in tab, while in action mode, you can tab target things. But anything that you mouse over, the bullet curves to them, the arrow curves to them, whatever. Like you're not aiming. So there's not really a real advantage to using tab over action or action over tab. The only thing I can suggest that might make action a little better is getting to targets quicker. You know how sometimes in a tab game you'll be looking directly at something and pressing tab and it like tabs to everything else but the thing right in front of you? Well, with action mode you can just put the reticle on it and then you'll get that target. So I don't know that there's necessarily going to be a huge disadvantage or advantage to using either one, if I'm being perfectly honest. Let's back out so you guys can watch me scrub these things buttholes. Oh yeah, scrub that butthole. Emo Lou says there are logs. Chopper. Oh hell yes, man! I love you, man. Give me all the logs, Chopper. I'll take care of that here in a little bit. Strangeness says, well, I do know Steven says you'll be able to have a few abilities and really invest in them, or have a more broad range of skills. I prefer fewer skills, right? And I mean, definitely that is going to be the case. You're going to be able to invest in. Less abilities and go further into those abilities for sure. Melee is better in action, said by everybody that tested it. Yeah, I mean, I can't confirm or deny that, but I would suspect. I mean, I've been saying that Melee will probably be better in action since 2020 or something. So yeah, definitely. Ludu says, like, that rocky road must have taken hours to make because you had to terraform the ground and then apply rocks to it, if I recall correctly how the game works correctly. Yeah, look at this. We terraformed this. So Emo Loose that's been commenting here in chat, he used digging or whatever and turned this mountain into this stepped off area with all these big slopes here. And then he's got more slopes down this way. Let me go over here and I'll show you guys. This thrilling gameplay. So he did the same thing, stepped off over here, and then we created this mine entrance down here so that we can get into the mine. So we have a mine that runs underneath our entire village, or will when we get done mining it all out. And there's more levels of step and all this flat land. And then at the very top there where you guys saw those crops growing, he flattened all that off to make a huge farm area for us. I built this building. I built that building right there. And you have to design them and build them how you want and whatnot and put the roofs on them. I built that guard tower. The guard towers are generic. You just do a guard tower and build it. But there's 1,400 actions. The little blue bar filling up, 1,400 actions to build a guard tower. So yeah, it's serious. And that's if you don't fail. You won't be able to wield a wand and shield at the same time. Wand is classed as a two-hander. I believe that is true. I believe I heard that somewhere along the way. Jacob Fontenot says another path you could take is just have a bard with you. Enjoy your buffs. Yes, that is another and probably preferable path. Oh yeah, scrub that butthole. Zillin 2024. That's right. Ludulu says it's a ranged weapon, so I'd imagine that it's in the ranged weapon slot. And if I can, in fact, not use my shield with it, I'm gonna give so much feedback to Intrepid so that I can. I am 99% sure, Ludulu, that you cannot use a wand and a shield at the same time. I just FYI, just letting you know. Ludulu says a crazy amount of work. It is. Triple Play says, I know someone mentioned this earlier, but what if Steven rickrolls us and drops Alpha 2 September 1? I'm not ready. I got so much to do. I mean, I'm ready. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh, well, sorry, I can't be there. My bad. Oh, man. That'd be nuts. I don't think that's going to happen, but that'd be nuts. Strangeness says, by the way, on the class personality video, I really enjoyed that concept. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. The video didn't quite go how I was wanting it to. I was really hoping that Phantom X would have found, I guess, research that really gets into that specific topic, and it seems like that research has just never really been done. So we didn't get to like really dig into that, that concept all the way. But still, it was a fun video or a fun stream, and it definitely was fun to just speculate, just pure talking out of my ass bullshit about the way I analyze things, analyze my own personality and other people's personalities and shit like that. Oh, that's right. Emo Lou says, I built the 3 White House. I'm sorry. You're right, guys. I apologize. The 3x3 box that has no imagination or creativity anywhere to be, that even looks, smells, or feels remotely like creativity or inspiration of any kind. Yes, Lush built that. The awesome building that has an area outside for forges and an area inside for storage and multiple tiers and roofs and roof lines and stuff like that. That is just oozing with creativity and awesomeness. I built that. So, Lucia, I apologize for not giving you credit for your lack of creativity. Young Sofa says, what game is this? Young Sofa, this is a game called Worm Online. It was actually made by Notch, the guy who made Minecraft years before he made Minecraft, with him and a buddy. And they split up over the concept of this game takes a really long time to do anything, as Ladulu was mentioning earlier, and Notch felt like things should happen faster, and they disagreed, and so Notch left and went and made Minecraft and made billions of dollars, and this game struggles to get 500 or 1,000 people on at any given time, so you know who won that argument. I think people who like fighters like to struggle and like to push through difficult stuff and feel that sort of like you got to press the action mentality. Hey, that's not a bad dime store psychology. I like it. I like it. Levi says, everyone make absurd claims to see if Zillin breaks NDA. I mean, like I said earlier, I can confirm that I'm in the pre-alpha 2 testing. That's all we're allowed to say. But there's not really much NDA to break, let me tell you. Ladulu said, well, Stephen better prepare for all my feedback than get him. Get him, Ladulu. Get him. Get him. I have said actually meeting September would make so much hype. I mean, that's not a bad idea to be like, sorry, guys, it's going to be late. It's probably going to be October. We're going to do a live stream here in a couple of weeks. And, we'll let you know what the October date's going to be. And then like get into the live stream and be like, gotcha, bitches. Alpha 2 drops tomorrow, 8 a.m. Yeah, that would definitely get everybody. Shironoko says they have historically been very serious about giving people heads up for planning, so I doubt it's before October. Yes, I very much doubt that they're gonna do that. It would be hilarious, but no, I think that I personally think we're looking at a date that's past October, but that's just personal. Emo Lou says, whoa, do you want to open up the creative building can of worms? Because I can bring Mabari in here. No, you cannot. Other than Mabari just trying to like stick it to me and doing it just because I said he won't do it, I say there's a 0% chance you get Mabari to come play Worm. 0%. None whatsoever. Triple Play says form beats function in house building. So what's really funny? I should tell you guys this. Now that I've gotten my snark out of the way with Emo, he and I have been playing games where you build buildings. I mean, when I first played this game 22 years ago, however long ago it was, I played it with Emo. Like that's how far back I've been building games and building buildings inside of video games with him. And to an overwhelming degree, I build squares and rectangles. Like they're almost always just a big fucking square, a big box to set stuff in. Matter of fact, most games I don't even build a sloped roof. It's literally a flat roof. And he's called me out for it many times. And so over the years, I have very much on purpose tried to inject creativity and build something different. So like I sat down with a planning tool and like planned this out just to try to do something that wasn't a box. So when I was talking shit to him, I was really talking shit to myself, because that 3x3 definitely could have been made by me. Oh, what? I didn't know Notch had worm history. Yep, he actually helped make this game. Des says, meanwhile, Notch is also immortalized by a special pickaxe in Skyrim. Yes. Is Tomb a zero-hand weapon since it floats in front? Oh, Tome. You know what? That's a good question. That is a good question. That is a good damn question. Can I ban that person? I can block them. That'll work. Ha! You have been blocked. BHJ96. Okay. So my man is coping for his birthday. I was being silly. That'd be ridiculous. I wouldn't even know what to do. Okay, let's see. Thought I saw somebody say something about November. Sneckers said, yeah, early November for sure. What's going on, Sneckers? Thanks for stopping in, man. Haven't seen you in a little while. Matter of fact, I don't think I've seen you since the crazy day that y'all all got into that bidding war on my channel. So I appreciate you stopping in, hanging out with us. Splinter says January 2025 looks good, but will feels bad, man. Oh, is that how far you're going back? January 2025? Oh, if they went all that, we're definitely launching in 2024, and we're not months away, but we're not years away, and all that, and then to actually push it into 2025. Oh, I think that would be really bad. I hope that that's not going to be the case. Mabari says, I detest the Blue Bar Simulator. Yeah, Emo, I was thinking the other day, we should have named our village Church of the Blue Bar. That would have been perfect, but we didn't do it. Civil War 2025. Nobody's playing Ashes. Oh my god. All right, Tim Pool, calm down. All right. Limo says, I could bring up your original 2x2, and I meant bring Mabari into the chat to attest your provable history of making cubes and nothing but cubes. See what I mean, chat? See what I mean? These guys, I slave and work all day long to make a nice house for these guys to live in, and they just go on about how it's not creative. Sneckers, the hype train maker. Yep, he definitely was the hype train maker on that day for sure. Let's see. Let's look at how much time we have. We got about 21 minutes until the awesome live stream goes live. 1.7K people in there. So we will slide that over and check that out once it goes live. So I am still looking for predictions from you folks in chat about when they are going to announce the Alpha 2 date to be. I'm on the record saying that I think that Alpha 2 will not start in October, that we will be a little past October. November, as Snecker said, sounds about right. Makes me sad, but I also... The football season is about to start, and football season always, carries me for a little while. And then I also coach youth flag football, and I coached 2 teams last season, and then this season they called me and begged me basically to coach a 3rd team because there's enough kids that are signed up for there to be one more team in a different division that I'm not already coaching in. And if I don't coach, they're going to get left out. So I agreed to do it. So I'm going to be extremely busy over the next couple of months anyways. So if they were to push it out of October, I would I would manage. I would figure it out. Triple Play says it would kind of suck for that drop to push into the heart of football and family holidays. I mean, it's going to be in the heart of football. I mean, even if it's in October. I guess the college season starts at the end of this month. I think it's not this weekend, but next weekend is the first set of college games. So we're like right on the edge anyways. So yeah, that's it's definitely going to happen. Definitely going to happen. Dante Acton says, go. Why are you doing this, Dante? Why would you come in here speaking that blasphemy? Splinter says December release won't/shouldn't happen. Launching a live service during holidays is a bad idea. It is a bad idea. That is what. Not even launching, patching, having any type of major patch, or in many cases a minor patch right before holidays, and then everybody going on vacation until January 14th or whatever. Always a bad idea. Always bad idea. 100% accurate. Splinter says, if they can't land October, then January makes the most sense to me, but it will kill a lot of good. I mean, you're not lying, bro. That would just wreck a lot of goodwill that they built up over a very long period of time. It would just wreck it. Oh, but, nothing we can do about that. Let's see. I'm really excited to jump on here tonight with Burns. We've been chatting back and forth, he and I, for the last week or so, coming up with some ideas for how we want to present this information and all that. And of course, it all depends on what information we get. It does matter, but I think it's going to be a good one. I think you guys are going to really enjoy this AMA coming up, and then the way Burns and I are going to attack it. Come at it a little bit differently. Dante says, but remember, it's not a delay, it's a reschedule. Yeah, you can always frame things in whatever way you want to, can't you? But the reality is that for me personally, it really is more about the framework of Alpha 2, the roadmap, so to speak, than it is about the date. Well, the date is what the date's going to be. But for me, I really, really want to know what we're looking for, what we're looking towards for the roadmap. How are the servers going to be up more or down more? You know what I mean? Like there's 24 hours in every day. Are the servers going to be up, down, and down 12? Are they going to be up 6? Down 18? How are we looking at Alpha 2 from that perspective, from the perspective of a the framework of what's going on, and how frequent do they plan on testing, not testing, but updates to be, and how big do they plan on updates to be? Are they going to add little things? Are they going to add big things? How are they going to do it? All of that stuff matters big time to me. So the date's going to be what the date's going to be. I hope it's in October. I legitimately do. Enough sads for AMA today. Snickers, this is that AOC poggers. Yeah. This is the Ashes of Creation running on the Unreal Engine 7, the unreleased prototype Unreal Engine 7. So yeah, enjoy this. Splinter says, I want them to schedule the alpha to have the least impact on development time and assets. How do they, Splinter, you're a game dev, and so I always look to you for answers when it comes to stuff like this. How do they do that? Like, maybe a better question is, to you, what does that look like? How do they do this, in your opinion, that has the least impact on development time and assets? How do they do that? Snecker says it's early November, though. October 31st, 2359. Okay, yeah, so like November 1, basically. I got you. It's not a retreat, it's an advance to the rear. Okay. What famous general said that nonsense? Because I know that came from some bullshit. That's some bullshit right there. We both know it. Zillion says 15 minutes left. You can break down what you feel are the must talk about bouts. Also, it will be 12 up, 12 down, but it will be every other hour. Oh my god. Why do you do this to me? Why do you try to trigger me and make me sad all day? What's the most ridiculous question getting answered? Well, I didn't read the questions. So the only ridiculous question that I even know about is, can you have socks or stockings in the game? Or can you change your socks or stockings in the game? So I'm gonna say that's the most ridiculous question. That's some of the stupidest nonsense I've ever heard in my life. So that. Can I break down what I feel are the must talk abouts? So the things that this isn't what I want them to talk about. This is what I think they absolutely have to talk about. Okay, well, obviously they have to give a date. If they give another date range today, it's a bad sign. Bad sign. They cannot give us a date range today. They have to give us a date. They need to say October 16th at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. They've got to give us a date. That's one. As far as the roadmap is concerned, I think that they have to give us some idea of what we're looking at for the next 3 months. A lot of times roadmaps are for a year or something like that. I don't know that they are far enough in development to really be able to determine what they're going to do in the next year, but we need to have an idea, not necessarily the next 3 months, but the first 3 months of launch, of Alpha 2, what we're looking at. They need to tell us what races are going to be available at launch. They need to tell us what classes are going to be available at launch. I suspect it's going to be all the races except for Tolnar and all the classes except for Rogue and Summoner. I know he's already said during a live stream that there's only going to be the academic nodes. He needs to reiterate that for people who are listening now. He needs to tell us what level nodes can get to. They need to tell us the new price for Alpha 2 for people coming in. I personally think that they need to come up with, they need to have already come up with and lay out a vision of why the Alpha 2 keys are less expensive for people who bought them here at the very last possible minute, and what they're going to do to compensate for that, whether that be letting the older Alpha 2 key people in sooner, and then after the first month or whatever, then the people who just bought an Alpha 2 key can come in. They need to lay that out. He needs to tell us what systems are in at the start of the game, caravans, crafting, which crafts are in, how high of a level you can take crafts up to, how high of a level the characters can go to. We probably need to have an idea of how long it's going to be before we can start choosing secondary augments. Is there anything else? I can't think of anything else that I really, really, really feel like they should answer. Oliver Prince Smith during the first year of the Korean War, and noticeably during the Battle of Kolshin's of Chosen Reservoir, where he said, "Retreat, hell, we're just attacking another direction." Levi says, "I can almost 100% guarantee it'll be the Chosen question. It fits their choice for a question to a T." People are saying no date today, including Roar and Vladis and Richie. They're all saying no date? Really? Dang. I can't wait for Tolnar. I need to make Bigfoot. Yeah. The blockchain brain says, when is the live stream today? The live stream starts in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I should have a countdown clock on my screen, but I'm not a good content creator, so I don't have one. J Rock the Great says they are jaded and trying to temper expectations. Yeah, maybe. Levi says also, fuck the Ashes Facebook group run by MMO Life. He banned me for saying Tolnar won't be at the start for killing the hype. I have also been banned from the Ashes Facebook group run by MMO Life. Oh, that guy's a piece of trash. What time is the live stream today? It is in 9 minutes. Spark, thank you for jumping in, hanging out with us. Dante says, and where are the Tolnar? We haven't heard anything about them Underground boys for years now. Yeah, they showed us some concept stuff months and months and months and months ago, but yep, we haven't heard nothing. Squatch Bigfoot says, I agree. They have to stagger invite for A2 holders. Nothing crazy. Maybe 2 days apart to stop a flood from day one, unless they really want a stress test. Yeah, and for me, it's not about the stress test. It's just about the people getting mad. Like I've said before, I want them to give away the Alpha 2 keys to everybody who's ever even thought about Ashes of Creation personally. Just give them away. But I understand that they can't, and that'll piss people off. So they need to have some plan. Some kind of plan in place. Sponge says, it means the testing phases and schedules may not be the most fun for us. They can't spend all their time chasing community issues and have to mostly spend focus on developing the game. The players get what they give, and that's it. People thought 3 years was long for A1 to A2. Then they're going to freak out when that time is 50 to 100% or more due to chasing community feedback and bugs that don't matter to development but matter to a playable environment. Okay, interesting. Spark, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Levi says that is all they promised. In 2018, they said concept art as well was all they had planned for A2. For Tolnar, yes, Tolnar has always been like a post A2, way later on thing. You should have Punsworth tokens to buy your background. What? To buy my back? I don't understand what you're saying. Brooke says, whoop! Live stream hype. Yes, it's about to get crazy. The stream is now in 30 minutes. Okay. Triple play Big Brown. Big brain comment. What? I don't understand. I don't understand the comment. I have Punsworth tokens for his birthday stream. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are going to light me up on my birthday stream. Oh, Bell did get back in time, didn't he? Dang it. J-Rock, but to be honest, it's cute right now because their development, but they're going to have to figure out how to hit some of the dates. They are pretty much batting zero at this point. Yeah, buddy. They sure are batting zero. They haven't hit a date ever. Pay to change the background? Like the red floating nonsense in the background? Like, you don't like the red background? Like, I'm just confused as to what that has to do with the thing. The background you want to change it. What's wrong? Can you tell me what's wrong with my floating specks of dust in a red hue background? What have I done? How have I offended you? My eyes. Remember when they said they thought that the game may release the end of that year? I do not remember that. I don't even know what you're talking about, but it sounds insane. You sound like a crazy person right now. Gary Sanders from over on YouTube says, everyone who pledged knew it wasn't for A2, but to support the game. I'll be very disappointed if those who pledged get upset. More people will get in for a lower price. Gary, I'm mostly right there with you. And I've made the joke several times now, and it's not a joke. I'm being serious. As a content creator who wants as many eyeballs on this game as humanly possible, I would want them to just give away Alpha 2 keys. I don't care that I paid $500 for mine, 4 years ago or whatever. I want to just give them away. But I also kind of understand if they were nervous about how many people were going to be in Alpha 2 because it was starting to get to be a really large number, and they weren't sure about the dynamic threading thing, the dynamic meshing thing, and they weren't sure they were going to be able to make it happen. You cancel the sales and you say, hey, look, we're not doing this anymore because it may get too big for us to handle. And then as things go along and the dynamic meshing is working, you're like, oh crap, I'm going to go, let's open the sales back up because now we want as many people as possible because we really want to have this dynamic meshing tested as thoroughly as humanly possible before the launch. But I do think for those who are going to buy it late, a week, maybe 2, that everybody gets to start Alpha 2 that already had it, and then you come in a week or 2 later. To me, that's a pretty small sacrifice to make to not have the broader Ashes of Creation community upset. This background has been your favorite so far? Well, thanks. Squatch said, damn commercial. Did Zillan say he would let us change his background? I want to know why my background offends you so much. I like this background. I spent hours and hours just dredging through the image portion of Google just to find this. Not really. Emo says, yeah, chop those logs. Oh yeah, we're taking care of these logs. They're getting chopped up. Levi says it was before 2020. They asked if he thought that the betas be by the end of the year, and he says, yes, I think we can be out of beta. Oh man. Like the evolution of Steven and how much he's learned about his own game in the last in the last 4 or 5, 8 years, 7 years. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. FYI, I did just jump over and confirm that the stream has been delayed by 30 minutes. So we still got 30 more minutes until the live stream. So, but we're gonna stay right here. We're gonna keep chopping up logs and tilling grass and mining and just whatever you do in this game. Or maybe I should go show you guys the incredible combat. That's what I should do. I should show you guys the unbelievable combat in Ashes of Creation or in the Worm. Young Sofa, it would cost way too much to run servers if they gave away free keys. I know. The cost of running servers is why I keep thinking that Alpha 2 can't be that long. I mean, like, everything else that I know about game development says Alpha 2 should be super long. But I'm like, can they really afford to just pay millions a month for servers for people to play the game for free? That doesn't, for 3 years? Like, that seems crazy to me. But what do I mean, I don't know. I don't know shit. I'm an idiot. A2 key should be $75 to $100. That's what I've been saying. That's the exact numbers. That's the exact range that I've been giving. I think that's what they're going to go with. J-Rock says, makes sense. The dynamic threading is worth more than the game. That's true. That's true. Levi says it should be 1 month. If there are server issues 1 week, we'll be able to stabilize the servers only to immediately rebreak. Yeah, maybe. 1 month's not a bad idea. Josh says, I don't see how an economy will work in A2 without the whole map and naval content. The content about playability is 100% spot on. If you're going to play A2, you should wait if you're not okay with that. Yes. I mean, in general, it's not going to be playing Ashes of Creation. I mean, you will be. And I'm sure there will be times, maybe even stretches of a month or 2 months, where you pretty much are able to log on every day and play and do what you can within the framework that is currently available or something like that. But But yes, the economy is going to be a shell of itself. The entire node system obviously is going to be a shell of itself. You only got one node type available, and they can only go so high. And that the way the level they can go to is not even the level that starts locking out the other nodes. So you don't have the whole node war locking each other out system in place. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that is going to be very limited at the launch, at the start. Squawk says your background doesn't defend me, but if I could make something that is funny, then LOL. I see what you're saying. Okay. Megan Fun says, any announcement today for Ashes? I mean, they are going to announce Alpha 2, the roadmap, supposedly the date, the price of the new Alpha 2 keys, all of that stuff. It was supposed to be at 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is basically right now, but the stream has been delayed by 30 minutes. Not yet, but we're waiting. We're hanging out. Triple Play says, anyone surprised by the delay? I am never surprised by a delay with Intrepid. Never. Levi says, Zillin, remember yesterday when I told you it would be delayed and then you called me a troll? Wait, hold on a second. That is a gross mischaracterization of what actually happened. What actually happened, just for those in stream who are like, what the hell is this Levi guy talking about? He came in and told us that the stream already had been delayed and that it was going to be reaching us soon. It'd be in our server soon or some nonsense like that. Not that it would get delayed. And I believe he said it was going to be delayed by a week or a month. I forget how long he said, but that it had been delayed. Not that there's going to be a 30-minute delay tomorrow. Nice try, Levi. Nice try. Look, said Steven's PC died, so he had to drive into the office for the stream. That's the reason for the delay? Really? Did he really say that? They accidentally hit delete on the A2 servers? Jesus. I need confirmation that that's the real reason if they really said that, because if they really said that, that is hilarious. Gary says, if anything, the cheaper the price up to free shows their confidence in the dynamic meshing. Yes, 100%. I don't know how confident they should be in the dynamic meshing. That's a whole other conversation. But yes, you're right. Vladis has been pushing $50 keys. I don't give one single flying fuck what Vladis does ever under any circumstances. So he can push for whatever the fuck he wants. Don't care. Young Sofa says they are going to lose maybe a bit of money unless they sell cosmetics in Alpha 2. I have been thinking a lot about that exact topic. Are they going to sell cosmetics in Alpha 2? Are you going to be able to buy, pay to look good, pay to look cool before the game even exists? I mean, technically you can do it now. You can buy it before the alpha even exists. But are you going to be able to buy them and wear them and stuff in the game? And that's a hell of a good question. Adgron. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. I got to run and take a shower before work since stream is delayed. Okay, go do it. Young Sophus. Yeah, economy is one of the things I wanted to test and give feedback on, but they aren't going to have much. Yeah, I'm really wondering about all of that, the economy part of the game. And so is Josh from YouTube. It's one of the same thing. Aries Caitlin says, "Pardon me. Is that Worm running in the background?" It is Worm. I am playing Worm in the background with my buddy. I've been playing it for over 20 years now, or maybe not 20, maybe 18. I want to say it was in the 2005, 2006 range when I found the game and started playing it. Played it off and on for years and years and years. Love this game. It's stupid. It's bad. All you do is watch the little blue bar fill up. I described it earlier as like that food that you used to have, some microwavable crap like SpaghettiOs or a party pizza or something that you loved as a kid. And then you get it again as an adult and you try it, and even while you're eating it and you know it's bad, you're like, this is not good, but you still can't help but like the nostalgia of it. You still just eat it because you're like, that's what Worm is to me. So we still play. Lazy Peon just put up a new video about ashes. Interesting. Steven's PC dying is in the pinned comment on the actual stream. Oh, is it? Oh, there it is. Steven PC just ripped. He's rushing into the office. Sorry, LOL. That's perfect. That's perfect. Oh. Emo says mining the day away. Yes, that is what we're doing. We're mining. Got to get that mining skill up. 33.57 on the mining skill. I did get to 42.90 on the woodcutting there, Lush. I would say that if that looked like that was 2 rows of trees that you push back, if you were able to do another 10 rows probably like that size, I might get to 50 woodcutting, which would make it pretty easy for me to get the 50 fine carpentry, which is the goal. Sure, Indian says they sold cosmetics in APOC. Did they? See, I didn't play APOC. I'll tell you know what? Since we got a 30-minute delay, I'll tell y'all my APOC story. This is like a Zillion YouTube channel origin story. When the Kickstarter for Ashes of Creation first came out, I watched it. And I rolled my eyes into the back of my head and I was like, this is the stupidest nonsense. Like, this guy doesn't know anything about developing video games. He's just a rich guy, etc. I wouldn't trust a confident, established, well-funded studio to make a game this ambitious. Y'all are dumb. And right about that same time, Chronicles of Elyria had their Kickstarter and all that. And I actually liked Chronicles of Elyria more than Ashes of Creation. Mostly just because Ashes seemed too ambitious. So, but I didn't give money to either one of the two things. I just went on about my life. And about every 4 or 5 months, I would just Google Chronicles of Elyria and Google Ashes of Creation and just see their progress. And I did notice that Ashes was actually making progress, and the Chronicles of Elyria seemed like there was never any news about it. And then one day I woke up and boom, I got an email and it was like, play Ashes of Creation. And I'm like, holy shit, I could play Ashes of Creation right now. I guess I'm going to give this a try. Maybe it wasn't too ambitious. And I get in there and I found out that it was some kind of a fucking Fortnite style version of Ashes sort of thing. And I installed it, played it, and deleted it all in like a 45-minute time frame, and the majority of that was installing it, was downloading it. And I didn't pay any attention to Ashes at all until quite a bit later, when I decided I wanted to make a YouTube channel and I wanted to make it based on a game that didn't exist and cover it until it existed and establish my name in the space while it was being developed, and all these things that I've already done since then. And that's when I kind of came back to Ashes, came home to Ashes, and that's when I really started researching, learning about Steven, learning about his vision, listening to him talk, and I really kind of just fell in love with the project and everything that they're doing and everything that Intrepid is doing, and Steven's vision for the game and what he wants to see, and the reason why for the vision, why we're headed towards all these specific systems that we're headed towards, and reviving old systems that seemingly are from failed MMOs, but we're not doing it exactly the way those failed MMOs are doing it, or we're bringing in other systems that should offset what caused those other things to fail, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, that's my experience with APOC. 45 minutes. 45 whole minutes. If you need stone, there is a whole line around there. Oh, I don't need stone. I was just grinding, mining, because I'm talking Ashes. Eris Caitlin says, I seen a video yesterday. Can't believe I've never heard about it. Wait. You've never heard of Ashes of Creation, Aries? Oh, Worm. You've never heard of Worm. Okay. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Yes. I don't know if it's cool. So let me just, you see this blue bar filling down here in the bottom right corner of the screen? This little blue bar? That's the whole game. That's mining, digging, chopping up wood, crafting items, improving crafted items, cooking, Everything is just this blue bar right down here. Watching it fill up over and over and over and over again. That's the whole game. My buddy Lush, he likes to grab this chat thing here and make it real big so that he can watch the blue bar go across the entire screen. He's obsessed with the blue bar. So yeah. I actually, now that I think about it, I should go get into some combat so you guys can see the thrilling combat in this game. Catrillo says, "Let's get this bread." What bread, Catrillo? What are you doing? What are you talking about? The info? Is that what you're talking about? Josh Wyatt says, "Free keys for everyone. Screw this early contributors. We already have their money. The game is fully funded to completion. Remember?" Yep. Triple Play says the children yearn for the mines. Oh, that whole meme about the kids yearning for the mines is some of the funniest shit, man. I love that stuff. All right, Luce, we'll see you later, man. Go hang out with your mom. Ferocious Pooh says, "So this is Worm. You definitely didn't undersell it." I tried to tell you, man. There is nothing thrilling or exciting about this game. You have to have, I feel like you have to have nostalgia from playing this back when this style of game, like nothing exists on the map and the players created literally everything from nothing. You have to have nostalgia for that in order to want to play this game. All right. All right, so let's go get on a horsey here, and let's go find something to kill. You guys are going to be enthralled by the combat. Like, I think Ashes should copy this game's combat. As someone who played Traven online after school, this is intense, high-intensity gameplay. There's no way. There is no gameplay. It's watching a blue bar fill up over and over again. There is no gameplay. The gameplay is a lie. Like the cake. Like the cake. I can't believe there's a 30-minute delay on my stream. I don't want to fight a bison. They're pretty... fuck it. We'll fight the bison. We can run away if we're losing. Okay, y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready for the amazing, thrilling, enthralling combat? Hands up. This is it. This is the combat right here. You just watch as your character swings, and either you have the fight skill and the armor and weapons to kill it, or you don't. That's it. That's all of combat. This is it. It's so ridiculous, man. Josh Wyatt says, "I played Worm for 100 hours and never got a single achievement." That's your fault, bro. You can get achievements at 100 hours of Worm. That's what do the kids say? It's a skill issue. Levi says, "That was clicking locations and setting timers. That was all. Combat, click their base and wait 2 days for the army to travel. Farming, click the farm and set a timer for 24 hours so you can farm again." Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's not high quality gameplay. Triple Play says, I'm upset. I moved the stream to a bigger screen to try and get a better view of the quote unquote combat. I mean, is this not thrilling? Are you not entertained? Aries Catalan says, "I don't want to jinx or something like that, but imagine a horror scenario. Steven rushes to the office to stream. He gets involved in an accident. Alpha 2 is canceled." Guys, I found Satan. Yes, yes. Why would you come in here and say some nonsense like that? What do you? Why? What's the point in that? Do you hate me / us? Oh God, what the? I didn't mean to do that. That was weird. Oh, do I still have that going? Wow. Wow. I can't believe you would say something like that. And see, now I'm half dead, so I got to go heal myself. Healing is also enthralling and engaging gameplay. He did say you don't want to jinx it, though. All good. That's like saying I love you, but everything that comes after the word but negates the I love you. Also, where does Steven live that he can get to the office in 30 minutes in Cali? I mean, maybe he has a private jet or a private helicopter. You don't know. You don't know what kind of life Steven lives. Okay, what do they got over there? They got 5 minutes and 40 seconds until on the countdown, so we're not even going all the way to 1:30. So yeah, we got a little delay on the stream, but we'll get after it. Dante says, damn, is that Alpha 2? Lakes looks way better than I thought. I thought Alpha 2 was under NDA right now. Can you show us that? This is Alpha 3. So, I got the hookup on Alpha 3. So, and I'll show you guys, I'll show you guys whatever I want. I'm not worried about my account right now. I need some cotton. This is stupidest thing. I need to get out some cotton to heal myself. I got gored by a bison. You know what's gonna heal that? Cotton. Here we go. Do I have a code? I do. Look at that. I have a hotkey for healing. I'm a boss. Okay. Let's see, what else do we got here? Geolus Danor says, I haven't seen this combat this thrilling since Oregon Trail. Are you going to die of dysentery? I mean, I might die of dysentery. There's a high probability of it. Oregon Trail. I think Oregon Trail's combat was better than this. You had to move around and aim and shit. Oregon Trail on the PC when I was in 4th grade, which would have been like 1992, had better combat than this game. Let's be real clear here. Let's be real clear. Aries says he definitely has a private jet. You think he has a private jet? Private jets are expensive, man. Even people got a lot of money don't get to have private jets in a lot of cases. I'd be surprised if he had a private jet. Maybe he does, though. Maybe he does. All right, guys, we got 29 viewers in here, and we have 18 over on YouTube, on the YouTubes. Last minute predictions. Are we getting a date for Alpha 2? And if so, when's it going to be? I need all your predictions in the chat. I need to know what you people think. I am on the record as saying that we are looking at a date that is not in October. Not in October. Levi is going with no Alpha 2 date. So we're not going to get a date at all. I only need for the price for so Aries, you don't have a key? Or are you looking to buy keys for other people, like spouses and whatnot? Shirano says October 18th. Levi says another date is a date to miss. I mean, there's a lot of logic in that. Thrux says we are getting a date, and it will be the last week of October. Okay. Bell has stolen, just straight up ripped off my joke from the previous date that they gave us, and he is going with September 124th. You don't have one. Awesome. Do you have a guild for Alpha 2? That is an important question. Have you made friends? This is not a game that you're going to want to play without friends. You're going to want to have people. It's whoa. It's not shameless. Full of shame. Don't do it, Satan. He's trying to recruit you. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. You would never know it. Okay. Let's see. How much time do we have? We have 1:25. So let's go ahead and roll this right over to here. Why did you do that? That was very strange. And let's get some volume. Y'all let me know if that's too loud. Get ready. Get some birthday puns ready for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Aries, I'm just saying, my guild's recruiting. We're looking for people. Jump in my Discord. Come apply. Come hang out. Ferocious Pooh says October 30th because it's the last Wednesday. All of the background music. I'll get rid of that now. Stream music. You guys are on a different time zone. Yeah, I got people in Bangladesh and Norway and other countries. One from Spain joining. So we kind of run the gamut. Okay, muting mic. You're in the Discord. Oh, nice, awesome. All right, muting mic. We'll talk through chat.
Hello and welcome everybody to our glorious Alpha 2 roadmap and AMA showcase. We hope that you've been having a wonderful couple weeks. We get to see you a little earlier than normal. Normally it's a week, a full month that goes by. But of course, I'm your Director of Communications, Margaret Crone, and with me as always, our Creative Director, Stephen Sharif. How you doing?
Ooh, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
The chat, well, everyone's concerned about your PC dying, and
Dude, oh my gosh, it was terrible. This morning I was at home, I was getting ready, reading through the questions in the AMA, and the webcam broke. And so I went and grabbed another webcam, plugged that in, and that webcam broke. And I was like, what is going on? And so I texted you, I was like, I'm running to the office. You need to give me 15 minutes.
He was texting me pictures of him driving, and I was like, dude, don't text me while you're driving. He's like, it's okay, John's driving. I was like, oh my gosh, crazy man. But we won't delay any longer. We'll get right into it. Of course, today we are talking about our roadmap. There's a lot to do here today. We're going to be going over our goals as a team here in Intrepid Studios, the roadmap so you kind of know what the schedule is going to be for Alpha 2, content update cadence so you can know when we're going to be updating and what we're going to be updating, as well as what you can expect and what we need as a team from you guys. What features and systems that you can expect in each of the phases of Alpha 2. Now, these won't be like always at the start. It'll be all encompassing throughout the phases. You will see these things come online. Some of them will be at the start. Some of them will be throughout. And then we will also go over details on when and how Alpha 2 Access will be coming available for purchase again, because we know that there's been a lot of people asking about it. And as you saw with our networking live stream, we've been making a lot of progress in order to be able to service more users.
And by the way, have we done a roadmap before in the past? I think a long time ago, 2018.
Me, yeah, not with me. You might have done one previously.
Right. I remember. I think
you definitely did show a bunch of dates previously, and I got here and I was like, Stephen, we're wiping all of this.
I was like, Margaret, welcome. Here's all these dates that we talked
and
about.
I'm like, we're not doing that.
It's looking shaky.
It's okay.
That's good times.
And I think that that's one of the things we are, we're humble about that. We know that there's been delays, there's things. And like we constantly always say to you, and you're going to see on these slides, is development is constantly moving, right? There's constantly things that
Yes.
come up. There's going to be stuff that comes up, and we've always been vocal about what those things are and why we've gotten delayed in those
Absolutely.
reasonings. Like we're never
As a
like
matter-
we're delaying and not giving you a reason why something is being moved.
And as a matter of fact, like on every slide you're going to see here, because this is going to be two parts, right? We're going to do the AMA eventually, but we're going to go through the slide, like Margaret said.
Mhm.
But every slide except for this one, I think at the bottom has this is still in development,
Ready to
work in
serve, my
progress,
lord.
dates may change.
There you go.
That-
Someone had work in progress on their bingo card. They're like, please
Oh,
say it
we
at
got
least
it.
one time.
we got it.
I didn't have to say it. Stephen already said it. But we'll get right into it. So let's talk first about our goals as a studio here at Intrepid Studios for Alpha 2. We are looking for scalability, stability, fun, and engaging with our community. Remember, the
Yes.
Alpha 2, this is not a game. We are here to test things. So the first thing here is that we're going to try to support over 3K CCU per realm.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, scalability, stability, and fun in that order, right? That is how we're approaching right now, even testing, right? And today, actually, coincidentally, on the AMA day, we have a test with over 3,000 invited Alpha 1 users to participate in some stress testing, which I think starts at like 2:00 today, right, or somewhere around that time
Yeah.
frame.
Well,
Yeah.
Stephen likes to share NDA information.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, regardless, right now we are really in the testing of scalability, and that is going to be part of the first testing that's going to be available come October, and we'll get to the date in just a second. But as Margaret said, in that order, supporting over 3,000 CCU per realm. So what does that mean exactly, right? We're talking about how many active players at one time each of the realms are supporting. And we feel pretty confident in that number right now based on the testing that we're doing with our network team, with our ICS team. Things are going pretty well in that realm. The next step,
And
obviously...
that's not total, 'cause just so people have context, CCU is not total number of people on a realm. That is just
Right.
like the...
That is at one time.
Yeah, concurrency of how many people are on a realm. So there could be more than that as far as accounts go that are on that same realm.
And something else to think about that CCU is that we also have a limited design space within which we can play, right? So, we'll go into a little bit of detail about what that design space is going to look like in the game, per square kilometer. And then obviously that's going to expand. And as that expands throughout Alpha 2, we will be raising that 3K CCU per realm up as well, right? So we're going to start out at 3K CCU and then we're going to start moving forward.
And
What's
CCU
really
is concurrent users, because I think people are asking.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
There's gonna be perhaps some terminologies in here. Margaret will definitely help gut check me on that to explain stuff. But dynamic gridding, server meshing, IntrepidNet. We talked about that. I think it was a couple of streams ago. That is going to be active to allow us to support this 3K CCU at the start of Alpha 2. What's also important is that we're ensuring our realms and our clients don't crash, right? And so that is something that right now we're going through. It obviously is, you take one bug down, you pass it around, and now there's 100,000 bugs on the wall. And
we're getting better at it. We're getting rid of them. Alpha 1 was definitely even more during the pre-alpha phase. So we're getting there.
Mm-hmm. And remember, that 3K CCU, our goal and what we feel very confident in achieving once we have expanded that design play space for Alpha 2 is to get to that 8 to 10,000 CCU per realm. So ensuring that the realms and the clients don't crash, that is of great importance. That is the stability factor of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to bring up the fact that we actually haven't had a ton of realm crashes actually in all of our testing that we've been doing so far.
Yes.
It's been more client crashes and server worker crashes. So the reason why we're using the term realm is because we have another system. If you watched our network meshing live stream, where we have a bunch of mini servers that are
server workers.
Yeah, server workers that are running, and those all tie into one larger realm.
Everybody has their own blend of vernacular that they use as it pertains to.
People were just asking in chat, and I don't think everyone has context, so I was giving
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. So ensuring that the realms and the clients don't crash, and if they do, and this is the important part, having them fail gracefully, right? And that's something that we're able to identify as we're doing this NDA testing right now. And hopefully we get that to a very good place by the time we start the non-NDA testing, because that's not, although it is going to happen, we want to mitigate it as much as possible. So outside of stability, the next goal obviously is to deliver a next generation MMORPG that is focused around systems. Our game is a systems focused game, and a lot of what's in Entrance of Alpha 2 pertains to those systems. Obviously, we have an audience that's hungry for some high quality experiences and services, but remember, Alpha 2 is not a completed game. It is not an early access game. This is an alpha, which means that as part of this playtesting, that people who are participating, they are giving us data that we can act upon, both from a game iteration perspective, but as well as a stability and scalability perspective as well, right? And those are our focuses. And lastly, and this is something that we're going to do throughout all of our testing for Alpha 2, is that we're going to build ashes with our audience, right? And that is what we have been doing over the course of the last several years, as at least relates to our development updates, right? We have been doing this in a very show and tell. Here's our progress towards these features, towards this content. You give us your thoughts. Now it's going to be more tactile. Now you're going to be in game with us, with GMs, with the developers. We're going to be a little bit more vocal in Discord with you, not just me, but some of our other developers who are actually responsible for the development of these features in game. And they're going to hear directly from players and have an opportunity to digest that feedback, bring that feedback to me, bring that feedback to the team, and act upon it, right? That is something that I think is probably most unique about this testing phase, and probably that you guys have never really experienced with any other project, at least of this size, when it comes to, you know, the amount of money that's being invested to creating this game and the quality that we're trying to create this, the quality of our dev team, right? This is a big project now with over 200 developers, and this is not typically the standard approach that games take when it comes to developing these types of projects. So this is something, this last point is really something that we pride ourselves in doing. This is something that we feel is really unique for the industry, and we want to continue to do it and step up what that means, which means we show you what we do, we discuss why and how we're going to do it, and most importantly, we're going to talk with our players. Literally talk with our players, whether that be in Discord voice chat, whether that be in Discord text chat, on forums, whatever, all the avenues possible, you're going to see our team engaging, and that's something that's most important.
Yeah, and we've already been doing a lot of that too. If you haven't been part of our office hours, our wonderful community managers run that, and it is wonderful. It's something that is very unique. I have not seen other companies do that. We sit and actually talk with you. We listen to you, we write that down, we record that, and we bring that back to our team in a like consolidated report that they can then consume.
And you know what? It's been really rewarding so just to give you guys context, the way that we're kind of performing our current stress testing is obviously we have these, you know, thousands of A1 testers right now that we've given invites to that are participating in the testing. And in the studio, we have our war room, right? We call it our war room, right? Where all the devs who are part of facilitating the test and administering the test, the devs responsible for observing the test and reacting to the issues that are, we're all in this war room together. And then at the same time,
this problem is
we have call signs, right? Where it's like Maverick, this is War Room, this is Sandman Command, like Viper Command or whatever. It's actually hilarious. But we're also on the flip side of that coin, having our Discord open with all of those testers, with those tester groups, with hundreds of people in voice channel, and we break up devs into different channels with the hundreds of players that we're administering these tests to currently. And it's a lot of fun. And it's also a lot of fun to hear the devs get to enjoy the players enjoying what they have built, what they have brought to life. That is something that is unique, and it's just been rewarding to observe. So kudos to the testers, kudos to the team. I know that this is very enjoyable for both parties, but there's a lot more where that came from. So to hit on this last point, Intrepid is not under pressure from publishers, right? And what does that mean exactly? As a player, you may not understand what that relationship can sometimes entail between a developer, first-party developer, and a third-party publisher, or vice versa. There are certain dates that are required to hit, and whether or not the product is ready, sometimes those dates occur. And that's the type of pressure that we are not going to succumb to. Now, what does that mean for you guys? Unfortunately, to some degree, it means that there's a higher potential for delays, right? Because our focus is on the quality of the product, on the quality of the experience, and on the quality of the data that we want to receive from these testing periods. That is paramount to us. And because that is paramount to us, we are more willing and able to tell you that we're going to have to delay something, and we're okay with failing. We actually embrace failure. We embrace failure. And the reason why we embrace failure is because the faster you fail, the faster you can correct that failure.
As long as you learn from those failures. We don't embrace failure that you don't learn from.
No, of course not. Yeah. I've always said I'm okay with what do I say during the dev meetings? I'm okay with different shit, just not the same shit. That's generally what I mean by that, right? Is that we learn from the failures that we're willing to embrace. And we fail fast, because we need to be able to react to those failures in a way that is positive, that benefits the product, that the players can see and understand. That is something that matters. In addition, we are using our own technology and our own support services, right? We are developing these systems in-house, not just the game, but the way we're delivering the game from the launcher's perspective, the way that we're administering the account services, the way that we're administering our web portal and publishing platform, the way that we are creating all of these ancillary services in order to support to support the game that we are launching. So keeping that in mind, that obviously our commitment is in actually creating an MMORPG that's going to make you guys proud. So with that being said, no, we have not delayed beyond October. We already announced that October is going to be the month just 2 weeks ago. And October is when the NDA will be lifted and A2 testers will all be invited on the 25th.
We're ready to move to the next one.
Oh yes, I apologize.
Right.
I thought you were moving with me. Okay, so Alpha 2. How is Alpha 2 going to work? Obviously, we talked about our NDA testing that we're doing now, right? These are day-long tests, essentially, that we are doing with our Alpha 1 users who were most active during the Alpha 1 period, who gave us good, actionable feedback, and that is the expectation that we have for Alpha 2 testers as well. So, October 25th, we will start with our Phase 1 of Alpha 2 testing. Phase 1 is going to consist of weekend-long tests that run from Friday to Sunday and will occur every weekend moving forward until Phase 2 begins. And do we want to talk, Margaret, a little bit about like how we're going to be administering these tests, how players will get notices of these tests, and the type of support that we're going to offer them from a community perspective during these tests as well?
Yeah, so we will be contacting people through email. So for those of you who have been joining us already for our pre-Alpha 2 testing, you've been getting emails from us, and that is how we will contact you. We also will have a private Discord for the private people, but for this one, obviously, these will be more, you won't be under NDA, so you'll be able to talk about your experience, but we will have some forums for you to access. We'll have some Discord spaces for you to access that will only be with those users so that you can communicate with your friends as well as with us. And we will be kind of ensuring that you're kept up to date on what things are coming along the lines, patch notes, details. Some of that will be posted on our news post as well. It kind of just depends on what the information is and where it needs to be shared and who needs to have access to that information. But we'll definitely keep you guys as much in the loop as far as customer service support. Alpha 2 is an alpha. This is like an actual alpha. We are not like a game where it's like we're just porting over or translating to another region. This is like a proper alpha. So as Stephen has stated many times, it's not a game. We are here to test and get things moving along. And as you can see here, what our testing goals are as we continue forward. The game will become more of a game as we go through Alpha 2. But what that means also is that we will not be providing the same level of support we would for launch. So for launch, we will have in-game GMs who are assisting you, and we'll have a lot more things where we can help you if you get stuck on a quest line. But for Alpha 2, that is not going to be the case. If you get in a broken state, we won't be fixing your characters in the same way that we would later down the line.
And the important thing to note about phase 1 between these weekend tests is going to be that our goal is not to wipe persistence, right? When we talk about the progress that you make between these weekends as a player character, now, within each phase, there is a higher likelihood, the earlier the phase, that persistence will have to be wiped. We won't know for certain whether or not we have to wipe persistence between these testing dates, between these testing weekends, until we come across an issue that might require us to do so, right? So that's something to keep in mind, right? As part of what Margaret was talking about, these testing, the Alpha 2 testing parameters we're focused around, again, that stability, that scalability, the performance, and progression as well. So for phase 1, those are the test goals. And what that means for us is obviously we're going to prioritize what's necessary in order to accomplish those goals. And sometimes that might be wiping persistence. So we have to make sure that those of you who are, and everyone who has Alpha 2 obviously has access to all of these phases, but those of you who plan to play in phase 1, you will need to keep in mind that there is a much higher likelihood that persistence wipes can occur, that realm crashes will occur, that there will be a higher dispensity of client crashes that people may be suffering, right? This is going to be a little bit of walking before we start running, and that's something that's important. Now, also keep in mind that we are dedicated to this being an open, non-NDA platform, so people can see the progress that we are going to be having in Alpha 2. And Alpha 2 is continued development, right? We are going to be continually releasing additional content, features, systems as Alpha 2 progresses, and that includes within these phases. So there's going to be focuses that we will want people to have when it comes to what they're testing within a given weekend or a given week, or as we drop big content drops for the phase 3 24/7 alpha.
Yeah, and along with those things, you will see, surveys that may come your way. You will see forum posts where we're looking for feedback and we're compiling it. We may do office hours where we're trying to gather feedback on a specific topic. So you'll be seeing us interacting with you guys a lot on those things, as well as the community team will be running some events that may be revolved around some of these things. And we may pre-record those things and share them on our live streams down the line. So you will definitely be part of a bigger picture. And along those lines, we'll also have things where you may be voting on stuff where it's like, hey, which of these things do you guys like the most? Or what of these things would you guys like to see next, right? So there may be places where you can actually be part of the development process in a bigger way.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about phase 2 real quick. This is where we're going to have planned week-long uptimes, right? And these are 5 days at a time with downtime on the in-between weekends, and that's starting December 20th. So yes, that will be a Christmas holiday playtime for people. I know obviously from a community perspective, that is something that is important, right? Because many of you guys will have time off. From a studio perspective, we will be bifurcating the development team into a live ops team to support, obviously, Alpha 2's continued live game service, but also the continued development for our expanded features and content systems. Test goals within these week-long tests are going to be node advancement, are going to be economy testing, and is going to be vassling between the node systems. This is something obviously that is important that we now start getting into more of the core gameplay loops, right? These are things like recipe compositions, balance between the different archetypes and the types of item creations that are possible, the resources how are they distributed within the world, and very importantly, node advancement. Obviously, the name of the game is Nodes. Excuse me, the name of the game is Ashes of Creation. But in reality, it's Nodes. because this is how the world reacts and changes, and players are responsible for building those things up, right? So that is something to keep in mind as well. Phase 3 is going to be as we flesh out the world, expand the content and the features, and this will run until we reach beta. And this is 24/7 uptime. This is where the gameplay experience will be much better than what phase 1 and phase 2, at least as it relates to scalability and stability, right? We are going to have gotten out of the way a lot of the data collection, a lot of the iteration and reaction towards problems that we would have seen in phase 1 and phase 2. And this is going to provide players with now an opportunity, and really persistence wipes should not occur in phase 3 forward. Can they? Yes, they can. Should they? No, they shouldn't. But that is the reality. That is the dichotomy between playing the Alpha 2 and testing the Alpha 2. So keeping that in mind. This is going to be also where the world expands, right? The world is going to expand actually in phase 2 and phase 3 both. But phase 3 is where it will continually keep expanding until eventually we reach the world. So keeping that in mind. As
So
always,
a lot of people want to know when the end is going to be. And
Right.
it's like, yeah, we aren't going to provide that date because we want to ensure that we're hitting all the beats that we want as far as like the content.
And we don't know when beta starts yet, right? Like the
Well,
most
internally,
important thing.
we have a plan, but
Well, yeah, but what I mean by we don't know is to an epistemological certitude, right? No, I'm just thinking, but like what I mean by that is testing can influence those dates
Yes,
in a
yeah.
very big way, right? So keeping in mind that what we learn from this testing, what we learn from phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 is going to inform how we iterate, how we respond, how we fix, and that can change things. So the further out you look, the more blurry the picture is, right? Keeping that in mind, right? The closer the goal, the more certain we can be about what we're going to hit.
And I do wanna bring up
That's just a
one more
symptom of game
thing
development.
before we move to the next slide, which is going to be about the cadence of our updates. Is that for those of you who have Alpha 1, I know some of you have been asking, like, why haven't I been selected yet? We have been continually increasing the people who are testing with us for pre-Alpha 2. We will be expanding that to all Alpha 1 users at some point. But we are kind of just ensuring that everything on our end is in a good space, and we will continually add people. So you will be joining us before October 25th, don't worry. But just kind of, wait until you get the email. We'll notify you guys. We've been messaging folks whenever we do send out those emails. So just kind of hang tight. If you might not get selected in the next one, but you may be selected in the one after that. And then we will be moving on to Alpha 2, which will be all of our Alpha 2 users, which not everyone who purchased Alpha 1 has access to Alpha 2.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Oh,
because some people didn't buy Alpha 2. They only had a key or only purchased Alpha 1.
oh, okay. I didn't know that. But anybody who owns an Alpha 1 package like the Intrepid or I can't remember the name of the pre-order packages. Those all have the Alpha 2 access and Beta 1 and Beta 2
Yeah, if your
access.
package has Alpha 2, then you are going to be an Alpha 2.
Exactly. Yes.
Moving on to Cadence. Want to talk a bit about that, Stephen?
All right. Yes. So let's get into Cadence. So we have 3 cadences. We have sorry, I can't see the slide very closely.
That's okay. As necessary, we are going to be doing our hot fixes and deploys for critical issues. And then
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Yes,
and then
yes. Sorry
every
about
3
that.
weeks, we will be moving into our minor releases. So these
I
are
lost my place.
in the run of show.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wait a minute, where am I? So real quick, let's talk about hotfixes deployed for critical issues. So as necessary, what that means is that if something is happening during a playtest that is either causing some game-breaking
Major
bug
crash, yeah.
or crash to the server or a commonly experienced client crash, like we will be deploying hotfixes during that testing session. We'll be monitoring. We will have our developers on standby during the testing session to react and adapt. So that can happen at any time. And then in addition, we will have a 3-week cadence for minor version releases that include balance changes, that include major bug fixes, right? These are bugs that aren't necessarily critical to the function of the playtest itself, but are major nuisances for either a primary gameplay loop or player experience or interaction that we need to deploy. Balance changes are relatively easy for us to address. This probably won't be wide sweeping balance changes every 3 weeks, but it will be balance changes that we find are, again, interrupting certain gameplay loops and experiences that we want the players to have or collect data for. And then every 6 weeks, we will be releasing major version deployments. This means that it will either include combination of new features, content, interactions that players are going to have either with one another, systems that players can interact with within the node system, or economy, right? These are big feature and content releases that are going to happen every 6 weeks cadence. And that aligns with our internal development cadence, right? Like every 6 weeks is essentially 3 sprints for us, right? And the general cadence of our sprints is we have feature and content development sprints, 1, which is 2 weeks, and 2, which is another 2 weeks. That's a 4-week spread. And then we have a hardening sprint, which is another 2 weeks that usually prepares a release candidate for us. And this is that
polish and bug fixing type of things.
Absolutely, to make sure that this represents kind of, I mean, obviously when you develop a feature or content, you have these phases of development. That first you approach it from a functional standpoint as you stand up the types of interactions that you want to see, the gameplay that you want to see. You move it into a testable format, which has a little bit more bells and whistles, a little bit more representative visual effects or animation or, content to it. And then you move into a playable state, which is something you would put into production or you would put out to the player that is externally facing. And generally during that hardening week, we are taking things from a testable state into a playable state, right? And that, like Margaret said, is addressing bugs, is addressing polish, so that it sells to the player what we're trying to sell, which is this fun and engaging gameplay loop. So that is our cadence that we have internally for development, and that is the cadence that we will be utilizing for the release update for the game. And at the very bottom, again, as always, development is a moving train and subject to change. So what we are going to be getting in here in the near future, in the next couple slides or so, is going to be talking about what is in Alpha 2 Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 from a content and feature perspective. So we're going to talk about all these systems that we want players to engage with and that we want people to play and for you guys to give us feedback on. But keep in mind that this release cadence that you see is a very agile system. Everything I just talked about with sprints and Scrum and, release candidates, that's all relates to this project management methodology that is under an agile umbrella. And the reason why it's called agile, as you can imagine, is because you need to be nimble and you need to be able to react and you need to be able to change directions and you need to be able to, do what is necessary for the product, for the community, for the success of the vision, so to speak. And that means that we need to be able to change these plans. So that's why sometimes it's difficult to give perspective about what our goals are. We have goals. We have internal roadmaps. We have a team of 20 producers that are constantly focused around making plans and identifying work and how long it's going to take to deliver this and, identifying dependencies that block different teams. And all of that is so that we can have our internal plans. But the reason that we have this backlog and prioritization and we adopt an agile project management structure is because we know and embrace that those plans have to change. So it's important from a community perspective. And this is something that I think content creators need to help us nail home, because again, this is an atypical development structure. This is not standard, but that's okay. Our goal is to do it in a non-standard way. We have to embrace this together, is that things can change. So development agility is an important thing. Let's talk about.
Yeah, let's move on to what you can expect versus what we need as a team.
Am I talking too much?
No, you're okay. We are
I'm
being slow, but it's okay.
Stream of consciousness, go. Hopefully, I'm making sense to people. Sometimes it gets
a lot of people.
Sometimes it gets too developy.
A lot of people are developers too, so they're in chat going like, "Oh my gosh, I'm on a break from my corporate job, and I'm now talking. Now you're
with
making
GDC." Okay, all right. Let's talk about what you can expect and what we need. What can you expect? Well, you can expect that we're in a testing phase. And that means that Ashes of Creation is not done. What does not done mean? It means that not everything's going to be polished. It means that you're going to experience bugs. It means that you're going to see systems that aren't fully fleshed out with content. It means that you're going to have areas of the world that need some TLC. It means that you're going to see variant NPCs with some placeholder behaviors and potentially ability systems. You're going to see skill trees that need to be completely rearticulated. You're going,
balance is not there, yeah.
There is a whole host of shit. Excuse me. That pardon, a whole host of things that is not done yet, but does it do its job in conveying the intent of the gameplay loop? That's the question. And if it does do that job, then we can collect actionable feedback on how we want to iterate and finalize that loop. And that's the important part of Alpha 2, is to make sure that that is the aspect.
And that's that second line there, which is making sure that we are testing those features and systems, and then we are getting critical feedback on that, and then we're reiterating on it.
Absolutely. Okay, let me see here.
We talked about this one a little bit earlier. I did mention that, the community will, we definitely want to engage with you guys. We have been this entire time. We want you guys to submit your feedback. We'll have a variety of ways for you to do that. And there will be ways for you to vote on features and content as well as we expand.
Yes, I see some people in chat saying 3 realms with each 3,000 concurrent users. No. We're going to get into talking a little bit about the number of realms. That number of realms is scalable. And again, this was a very important part of our network scaling. It is a very important part to understand that we can deploy additional realms as necessary, right? That is a scalable solution. So as we need to do that, we will. Other points here. It is not meant to be viewed as done. It is meant to be tested and have critical feedback. We talked about that. The community will be able to engage by providing feedback and voting on features and content. What does voting on features and content mean? Margaret, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I just did, but
my bad.
We can talk about it again. It is, there will be cases where we provide you guys options. You may vote on them. I think recently a good example was, we asked everybody in the community, which do you prefer, B for backpack or I for inventory? And that was an interesting one where we consolidated all the feedback from all of our social platforms, and we came back to the team and we're like, this is the most voted option. And so we swapped that and changed that in game. So it may be little things like that. Oh, they're already doing it in chat now. It could be something like that. It could be bigger pieces. It could be things where
what was the question? Why are they saying tab and shift B?
B and I was what I had offered, but they're offering other options for bag or inventory.
Yeah. What was the outcome of the bag or inventory? I'm more of a B guy.
You're a B guy.
What are you?
I can do either. It's like every game we do it different. So
I can do either as well, but the question is, where does my finger go first? And it goes to B.
Oh yeah,
and then I hit it and nothing happens.
Way far
I'm like,
away
damn.
Than B comparatively.
Yeah, he's a little too far. Or I's a little too far. Okay, so that's the example, right? Now, obviously, we're not going to be voting on everything.
No,
of course not, right?
Most of it will be feedback oriented. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of these things will be like, that was a great example, the B or the I. Excuse me. That was a great example of B or the I because that's something that is easy to collect feedback. It's a default thing, and people can change it if they want to, right?
Yeah.
And we're all about options and changing things as well. But more of those types of interactions, which I think the community enjoys anyways, right? And it's something that's not, necessarily infringing on the concept of the game, the core loops of the game, right? That is not what we want to put up to vote. We don't want to put up to vote the identity. We want to put up to vote a lot of the subjective, player kind of facing decision stuff that we feel confident in. The other thing is feedback, and we talked a little bit earlier about that, having the devs interact and being more vocal and talking. All right, we want to move to. Oh, I'm sorry. There's more to this section.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling down.
We talked a bit about this already, about the persistence, so I don't think we need to go in more detail about it. But because we do expect database, that's what the DB stands for, database schema, to change for performance and balance issues and fixes, that does mean that we may have to do persistence wipes for those.
Yeah,
if necessary.
this is
kind of giving you a reason and an understanding of what to expect.
This is why. So the database schema and how the gameplay systems are interacting with the database, right? That is essentially the types of things that we're going to be observing, the data we're going to be collecting, that can influence how or why we may need to do persistence wipes. And of course, that's going to come much more into focus during phase 1 and 2, in the hopes that phase 3 will not have to see any persistence wipes. That is the goal, right? And that's also partly the reason for the phase testing as well, right? That is a very foundational and fundamental interaction, what persistence entails from a database perspective and these gameplay systems interacting with that. So keeping that in mind, that can be crucial for us collecting data, because you could be 5 days into a test or a week into a test, and we're collecting the data on how nodes are progressing, the movement of those locations and areas are progressing, and now we need to wipe the database because of some issue that we've encountered, and we have lost progression beyond that 5th day or 6th day. So it's important that we nail those down during phase 1 and 2. We talked about testing core gameplay loops. Obviously, this is why we're doing Alpha 2, right? In addition to all the technical components, the gameplay loops are really where your feedback is most important. This is where the conversation with the developers is most important. How did it feel to play through these types of systems? Where were the problems with these systems? How did it not interact well on a large multiplayer functionality? What are the blind spots in our design that we haven't seen because we're very much in the box perspective, and you're outside of that now, coming in to get a fresh look and play through? That's something that's very important to us.
And the big piece of this, and the reason why it's there for you to understand what to expect, is that you can expect that we will be reacting to those feedback loops, and we will be fixing and updating things on those 3 to 6 week cadences, depending on where the thing lies, right? If it's a critical issue, if it's something that can just be a bug fix, or if it's something that's much bigger and a bigger feature change that we have to make, right? Those will be on the 6 week, and those will be happening for every phase, not just phase 3. I think people were thinking that those cadences would only be phase 3. Like Stephen said, those are part of our development process. We work on a 2-week sprints, so you will see those cadences for every phase.
I mean, this is a big transition for the studio and for the project, right? Because right now, those cadences are what we currently do internally when it's not outwardly facing. And now what's going to happen is we have this, just to talk a little bit about that, we have this release train of development where our source control system is a program that's called Perforce. It's shared obviously by a lot of different development teams. And what that means is live development occurs in these lower streams we call our development branch, or our ICS or engine, branches. And then that's where the most problematic bugs are found. That's where the highest instability can occur. That's where we can see errors and warnings in the builds, and we have problems. And our QA team, which is a phenomenal QA team that's led up by Hector, who has been around the block multiple times within this industry, and they're responsible for trying to catch the biggest offending bugs that are really problematic before we take what's on that development stream, that code, that content, everything that lives there, and take a promotion up from development into the next stream, which is QA. And then from QA, we go into staging, and then, or LKG, which is last known good, and then to staging. And then eventually it makes its way into our stream that's called production. And that's where players sync to with their launcher in order to receive the client, right? So at each of those checkpoints, we are trying to identify major bugs, critical issues. We are trying to resolve them. We're trying to patch into that stream if necessary. We merge back down those, changes that occur. But just to give you a concept like that is what it takes to release a code. That is what it takes to release a software, a product.
And I want to be conscious of time. So obviously, this next part, we don't have to go into too much detail on. But what we need from you guys is testing, right? We need you to test across all the archetypes, especially as we increase and add more archetypes. We need you to test our node progression in our systems, all our crafting systems. We need you to test against implemented content, whether that's PvP or PvE content. So just in general, we just need you to test as much as possible, giving us that data. The more content you do, the more systems you interact with, the more data that we get. And of course, that kind of loops into what those things that we listed earlier of what you can expect from us moving from there.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to.
And real quick, I just want to talk about the 3 realms to start. A lot of people are talking about. Wait a minute. There's only going to be 3 realms to start. As I said,
3 realms per region to start.
It's per region, and we're going to be supporting Western Europe and North America, right? So those are
just for Alpha 2. As we expand to the other, testing phases, we will expand to more regions. Just to be clear.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry. So betas, obviously, we will be far more extensive with regards to the realms that we're supporting and the regions that we're in. But for Alpha 2, Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Ashes of Creation will be published by Intrepid Studios in those regions of Western Europe and North America. Right now, what we say 3 realms each to start, 6 total realms, that is entirely dependent, the number of those realms, on the number of users that we see will be joining the testing sessions. So we talked about releasing, obviously, new A2 sales. We're going to get to that here at the end of the deck. I know for many of you that have been posting on social media, they're posting on Reddit, they're posting on forums about a way to access Alpha 2. We are going to be providing that. And depending on the scaling of how many of those additional A2 sales we do, we will be spinning up new realms to support that. It's not going to be bogging down the queues on those, 6 realms, and we're going to stick with those 6 realms. We're going to scale the realm count. So just keep that in mind. Okay.
And of course, as we get more users, we'll need to anyway. Scale.
Absolutely.
But we want to also keep them healthy. So we want to make sure that we're putting enough, making enough space for.
I see people saying US West or US East. The goal is to be US Central. So for the North American servers. And obviously we have the ability to deploy in any region across North America and Western Europe. So depending on how we heat map the number of players and where they're located on, that may encourage us to spin up clusters within the cloud for those regions that might be US East or US West.
All right, moving on to kind of the comparison of what you saw in Alpha 1 versus what you'll be seeing in Alpha 2 with a little map there for you. Different regions.
Are we deck page 7?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, those of you who participated in Alpha 1, the project has come a long way since Alpha 1. We've literally had an engine version change between UE4 and UE5.
5.3.
Right? Yeah, but we are on 5.3, and we will continue to upgrade the project to later iterations of Unreal Engine 5 during testing of Alpha 2. So keeping that in mind, we will likely be moving to 5.4 at some point between phase 1 and 2. We had a lot of different systems in Alpha 1, and Alpha 1 was not under NDA. So those of you who weren't around during Alpha 1, don't remember Alpha 1, feel free to go back and take a look at the game then, right? Feel free to take a look at some of the systems. There were a lot of people that covered it. There was a lot of content creators that were a part of Alpha 1, and you can take a look at where the game was then. The game has come a very long way, and primarily when I speak about what it has come a long way in, I'm talking about systems and content, right? We changed almost all of the networking stack between Alpha 1 and Alpha 2. We changed all of the ability system. We have created new ways for NPCs to interact with our behavior state trees. We have changed the player economy and interactions and a component-driven gameplay engineering focus, right? Like there's a lot that goes into where we've come from the learnings of Alpha 1 to what Alpha 2 is. So yeah.
All right. Let's move
Oh, I didn't
on.
even see there's a whole different section here too. On I have my the size of this is so large that it moved that around a little bit. Node features, sorry, world bosses, story quests, a lot of that stuff obviously has changed in Alpha 2. So yeah, go ahead. You're good, Margaret.
All right. Let's move on to phase 1. I think this is what people really want to know is what's going to be in each of the phases that are coming up. And as we've always said, it's a work in progress. You know, we're going to be continuing to move things along. So some things may move to different phases, but this is kind of where we project where these things will land. Especially for phase 1, some of these features you will see at the start of phase 1, and some of them you will see as we expand Alpha 1 or phase 1 with the cadence updates every 6 weeks.
There is a lot on this page. And we're not going to go through, I think, every single one of these things. There's a lot here to fit on one particular slide, and I'm going to leave it to content creators to talk a little bit about, what is expected in phase 1. And as Margaret said, we're going to go through phase 1, we're going to go through phase 2 and phase 3. But keep in mind, again, I'm going to iterate this again because, there needs to be a rapport and expectation between us as the developers, you guys as the community, that as we get through testing, these things can absolutely change 100% because it's all about prioritization. As we experience stuff, we may move things around in the deliverable structure, and that's okay to do. So let's talk about the world. We have the western and eastern Aelan Riverlands, right? We have obviously our desert and tropic biomes, which are going to be included during phase 1 to have parts of Sandsquall Desert and the Vandegar Tropics that are available. We saw a little bit of the tropics in Alpha 1. We saw some of the, I think in Alpha 1 we had like that turquoise sea area that we expanded to a little bit as well. But this is going to be the desert in which players for the first time will be playing through.
And don't worry, we'll have these in an
one.
article that you can click on and you can see in 4K imagery. So that will be coming out because I know that a lot of people are like, I can't read because it's, on a little screen, but we'll definitely make sure that you guys can get access to these.
Yes, absolutely. Is it super small?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
so maybe I should go through them then.
No, I don't think you need to go through them all. We'll be here all day.
Margaret's like,
Stu.
no.
We still have a bunch of questions we need to answer.
Okay,
and we have
okay,
15 minutes left in our allotted time.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
No, because we have a external playtest. I think we're going to go over.
All right. So we have. Let me just try to go through a little bit real quick on the world. So we have a bunch of points of interest, right? These range from very large points of interest to medium and small points of interest. Obviously, we have our day and night cycle. We have our 4 seasons. We have the dynamic world populations and dynamic reward tables. Those are super important when it comes to world, right? Because obviously, one of the main focuses of Ashes of Creation is how the world changes according to the actions of the player or according to the actions of the system. And dynamic world populations and reward tables is those monster settings within the playable space changing based off of those world state predicates. So keeping in mind that system being up and running is a very important part to feeling like the world is different. In addition, we also have a grand dungeon. That is the Tower of Carfin. This is a very large structure. We had some players within the playtest recently running through there talking about, I can't believe how big this place is, because it is a large location. We have pocket dungeons as well. Talking a little bit about nodes. At the phase 1 level, we're going to have 5 node locations that will be primarily level 3. However, there will be some systems that we will be turning on that are level 4 systems in order to test during phase 1. Dynamic road leveling. Obviously, this is we talked a little bit about during the caravan stream. This is providing buffs for mounts and for caravans, changing the advance of visual quality. I'm going to go through this stuff real quick. Just I'm going to be fast. You may hear me talking, and I'm sorry if English is not your native language, this might be a little bit quick. 4 service building plots, 5 default buildings, 8 active constructed buildings. Each of those are providing different types of services. We will be probably listing as part of the article some of the names of those specific buildings, so a little bit more expanded information around that. The node currency system is up and running. Citizenship is up and running. We have 56 separate tax categories that mayors have the ability to manipulate and customize. We have buy orders. We have 25 plus player commodities and 24 plus mayoral commission types, as well as 36 node resources that all are accompanied with tier 1 through 3 recipes, and have service building expansion voting, which is essentially where citizens help to vote on the expansion for those service buildings. And I believe there's 22 different expansions that are possible within the node proper for those buildings. Now, races. Very important thing about races. We have Vec, Kalar, and Empyrean to start. You might be asking yourself, but we've seen almost all the other races.
But I think it'd be Vec and Kalar to start, and then Empyrean will be added in phase 1.
Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. You might be asking yourself, well, we've seen the races played in the game. There's a lot that goes into making a race fully playable, and that includes making sure that we have all of the 470 plus unique pieces of armor deformed to each one of the races, so that when you equip a Pauldron or a Curus and it is on a unique race, that it's not interpenetrating the race, that it doesn't have some weird, skin weight issues. There's a lot that goes into making sure all of the pieces of armor are applicable to a particular race. So keeping that in mind, those races are available, but we need to continue the deformation work on that. We have 6 different archetypes, which you guys have seen through the course of our development live update streams. Those archetypes have a combined 130 plus unique abilities, 60 plus unique passives, 22 different status conditions that live across all of those different archetypes. We have 8 unique weapons that each have 30 plus nodes per weapon skill tree. And by the way, this is a lot of detailed information on like what we're going to have in phase 1, 2, and 3. And normally we probably would not take this approach in outlining kind of each of these things. But what we have heard from the community is that you guys want to know this. And so because of that, you might be getting information overload, some of you. But we've gotten a lot of feedback from the community that they want to get this level of detail. So because of that, keeping
in mind that phase 1, a lot of these features will start at the beginning and some of them will come throughout. Whereas some of the other phases, you'll see less content because it'll be just the additional stuff that's coming along. So that's why this phase 1 is very big, is because it's not only the updates that you're seeing in alpha 1 or in phase 1, but it's also what we start with. So it's like a combination. Correct. Yeah, that's
right. So talking a little bit about PvP, there will be flagging, there will be corruption system, there will be guild wars, node wars, and caravan PvP events. You might see a term here you don't understand, and that is lawless zones. We have talked a little bit in the past about a change that we made to the open seas being open areas of player combat. I want to talk a little bit about this before we move forward, of what a lawless zone entails. You have the eastern and western Riverlands locations, which is where the 5-node propers will be at the start of phase 1. Flanking on each side of the western and eastern Riverlands will be playable space in the Vandegar Tropics and the Sandsquall Desert that have a lawless zone applied to it, which means that if you move into those areas, you will automatically be flagged for PvP. And these areas will have the highest level NPCs to start. And again, the concept behind this testing also is that like you're the first wave of players, you're the first wave of settlers coming through the gates, right? And you're expanding outwardly from the ancient Aelin ruins of the Riverlands location. And the extension of your governments doesn't reach as far into the unknown of this world that is accessible to you in your travels. So as you move out into these outer regions that are the tropics and the desert, POIs are still being developed in those locations from a development perspective. So they're just going to contain overland populations and likely a turn-in location for caravans to move to that will reward the highest return for those outward caravan turn-in locations. As players move into those locations, they're going to experience the lawless zone. That means they're going to be flagged for PvP, and they're going to be hunting the highest level monsters in the alpha phases in these outward lawless zones that will drop unique materials that are related to enchantment for weapons. All of the end game kind of loops that will be present during the different alpha phases will exist within these lawless territories. Not all of them. I mean, obviously we'll have stuff that's not in the lawless territories, but a lot of them will exist within the lawless territories, and you can drop those on player death. So that's going to be kind of the loop of PvP within those locations as well. Okay. Talking about systems and economy, we're going to have obviously flying, ground, water mounts. We're going to have caravans with management for those caravans in the stalls, the cargo for those caravans and caravan events that we talked about. They can transition into rafts. That's going to be important, especially for the Riverlands, because the Riverlands is consisting of a lot of different rivers per its namesake. We have a mail system that's going to be active. We have player trading that's active. We have level 25 for artisanship professions. That's novice, apprentice, and journeyman certification systems. They will not be accompanied by the skill trees yet for all of the professions, but the professions will be available for level acquisition and the novice, apprentice, and journeyman qualifications. We will have 15 unique gathering tools, 33 unique gatherables, surveying, fishing, hunting with 38 unique animals that will be populated at the start of phase 1, along with over 400 processing recipes, 600 crafting recipes. We will have the gear enchantment system online, or is currently online. We have the party and raid markers.
Comes online in phase 1. I don't think it comes at the start.
I think it's at the start, but I will double check that. I will double check that. I'm pretty sure it's at the start of phase 1. Party and raid markers. We will have chat systems for obviously guild, party, citizenship, global. Item deconstruction and repair. This is obviously the primary sink for an open economy like ours. Those deconstructions are going to provide unique materials that are necessary in order to craft higher level gear. So that's something important to keep in mind. And then we'll have 45 unique caravan components that help to kind of create a compelling caravan system. Somebody in chat is asking what is max level. At the start of Alpha 2 Phase 1, the starting level will be level 25 for adventuring and level 25 for artisanship professions. On the content side, now this is something to keep in mind. There's a lot of content here, but again, this is from an alpha perspective. So there will be bugs, there will be issues, there will be things that we need to fix and flesh out further. But
and some of these things will be in their basic stage. They won't be in their final, stage with all of the bells and whistles.
Yep. We will have 460 plus unique pieces of gear with the Node War Godspike event, 16 unique public events, 149 story-driven quests and commissions with 111 treasure maps. The treasure maps are fun. 3 world bosses with over 44 abilities and behaviors, with 75 unique enemy creatures, with 280 plus unique NPC abilities and behaviors. Keeping in mind, of course, at the start of Alpha 2, combat is a very important thing that we want to collect feedback on. And it's not just combat with regards to the way that the archetypes have been authored, but also the encounter design that players are interacting with these enemy NPCs and their unique behaviors that we have, so that you guys can give us feedback, because archetype design is half of that battle. The other half of that battle is the enemy you're facing. That is something that players need to give us feedback on. Okay. As always, development is a moving train and subject to change.
Just like I
know. Just like so. Keeping in mind, when you think about the Dodged AMA, no, not Dodged AMA. We're going to have an AMA. This is just going to be a long one.
Yeah, Steven and I will stick with you guys. We just won't be able to partake in our spot test that we have going on today, but.
No.
It does mean mods.
We're good. We can go exactly.
Mods, we love you so much, because our community managers are going to have to go assist with that.
We can go to. It starts at 2:00. We can go for another hour and a half. We'll parachute in.
All right, we ready
All
to
right.
move to phase 2? Because I see a lot of people posting like other features and stuff. We're going to get to them. Calm down, homies. We're
Yes.
getting
All
there.
right. Let's talk about phase 2.
All right, phase 2.
So this is something that's very important. Again, I'm going to hit this as we get into phase 2 and phase 3. I said 30 minutes ago that the further you look out, the higher the chance for chains, right? Okay. So phase 1, we have those things that are testing right now. They are in QA.
And some of
phase
those
2,
are coming online in the phase 1, yeah.
right. Phase 2, some of this stuff is still in development. Has not gone through QA. Some of this stuff has not begun development yet on some of these things. So as we talk about what's going to be introduced for phase 2, hear me when I say this. Content creators, help me hammer this home. Things can absolutely change. Okay? That means that you're going to see features and content here, and it is possible that it gets bumped to phase 3. So remember that. Okay, let's talk about zone expansion. We are going to expand into the Sandsquall Desert. We're going to expand into the Vandegar Tropics. And what this means is POI development is going to land during phase 2 for those spaces. We are going to have dungeons come online in those spaces for the phase 2. We're going to have nodes come online potentially for those spaces in phase 2. 2 unique node layouts with 4 levels, node sieging potentially with vassalship, and node death. The additional mayoral commissions, relics. Relics are important. We haven't talked about them in a long time, but these are node objectives essentially, right? That the citizens communally are responsible to achieve and bring back to the node, and they grant benefits. Freeholds will be coming online. Additional service buildings and economic election type. We're going to be adding the Valoon and the Dunir races. We'll be getting the Rogue with 20 abilities, 10 passive, 30 skill nodes total between them. And additionally, we'll be getting four weapons. The dual-wield daggers, the scepters, 2-handed maces, and 2-handed axe. Those weapons obviously come with skills as well. On average, around 30 skills per weapon progression. Siege vehicles, tempering, right? Tempering, this is how you improve the item stats. Gems and sockets by adding additional waterfall type behaviors to those items. Gear ascension, repair kits, artisanship skill trees. We talked about the artisanship level being up to level 25 for phase 1. In phase 2, they're going to have some level of accompanying skill trees in order for players to test. We saw a little bit about that in the artisanship preview stream a while ago. Animal husbandry, breeding, party gathering, and player shops, leaderboards. These are some of the additional systems that phase 2 will contain. On the content side, we're going to start seeing the story arcs come alive. Now, we've seen story arcs in the past as part of our development updates. That was standing up the functional system. Right now, some of the story arcs are in a testable state, but we do not believe that they will be prioritized to a playable state until phase 2. So keeping that in mind, story arcs are obviously multi-day long kind of public campaigns that exist within certain spaces of the world and have certain player agency over those as well. Dynamic world dungeons. We talked a little bit about dynamic population spawners. We talked about dynamic reward tables. The dynamic world dungeons are going to be kind of the spaces that become available within those dungeons based off of certain world state predicates, right? That's another important thing to keep in mind. And NPC ambient behaviors, right? If I'm spawning a bunch of undead creatures like we saw on the Bard live stream within a farm, we want those undead creatures to do farming things, to rake leaves and dig ditches and do whatever farmers do. I don't know what farmers do. I'm not a farmer, but we need to have those ambient behaviors available for NPCs, and that's going to be landing sometime in phase 2. As always, development is a moving train and subject to change.
I'm going to reiterate this also because it seems like there is a little bit of confusion. I'm watching all the channels. is again that what we're showing in phase 1, what we're showing in phase 2, these are not things that will necessarily be at the start of each of these phases. There will be some of them that will be coming online at the start of them, but these are things that you can expect within those phases.
Yes,
So,
that's
like we said, we have
super
those
important.
3-week cadences, we have those 6-week cadences. That's when the 6-week cadence is when you're going to see those big updates, and the 3 weeks is when you're going to see those bug fixes and things of that sort. And you may see little updates here and there with some of the smaller features, but just
Yes.
keeping that in mind. Phase 1 stuff, that's what you can see, you can expect
That's-
as we go through phase 1. All the stuff on phase 2 is what you can expect as we go into phase 2. It doesn't mean that it's going to be at the start of each of these phases.
Think about it like this. Before we leave that phase, our goal, and by goal I mean it might change, is to have these things in that phase. So
Yeah.
before the end of the phase, our goal, and by goal we mean they might change, is to have these things in the phase. Let's say it together. Okay, so that's important to keep in mind. Very good point. Thank you, Margaret. That was great.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate because I think there's a little bit of confusion on that internally, externally.
Yes, absolutely.
Ready to move on to the final
I
final
am
phase?
ready. It's the final count. Yes, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Phase
All right.
3.
So, Alpha 2, Phase 3, features and content. We're going to be adding 2 additional zones, the Turquoise Sea and the Anvils. Now, again, keep in mind, Phase 3 runs a while. So what we're talking about here with regards to these additional features and content is what you can expect within the first few months of Phase 3, right? So there's going to be a lot that's going to be in technically Phase 3 before it ends. These are some of the things that are going to be within the first few months of Phase 3 beginning. So a little bit of a different one for Phase 3. The Turquoise Sea, the Anvils. I don't think we've talked about those locations in the past, actually. I know some of the Turquoise Sea was a part of the design
Yeah,
for
but
Alpha
Anvil
1.
we have not, which is more of a mountain
Yes,
area.
that's right. As you can expect.
Yeah,
Um,
we're the dwarves, you know.
That's right. We're going to have 4 new unique load layouts, 5 levels of military and divine election types, atrophy events, policies, node happiness, additional mayor commissions, and additional service buildings. We will be adding in 4 additional races, the Pyre, the Renkai, the Nakua, the Tolnar, and then finally the Summoner archetype will be introduced, and we will have some elements of the secondary archetype specialization within the cleric and tank. These are going to be examples of how augments work. It is not going to be fully fleshed out, but it is going to be some examples as we begin to move forward there. Additional weapons, the orb, one-handed axe, one-handed sword, and obviously from a systems perspective, we will have fully functional guilds. Now, when you think about what's going to be guild available for Phase 1, these are going to be the abilities to stand up guilds, going to be the ability to invite players to the guilds, to kick players from the guild, to participate in certain guild content and quests. But when we talk about gaining guild skill points and investing those into certain passives abilities and having guild levels, that's not going to be available until Phase 3. In addition, we may be expanding the freehold system now for guild freeholds, and castle sieges will be coming online. We will have some elements of the naval systems available beyond what's available with rafts, and we will have aquatic mounts. I think aquatic mounts are in Phase 1, but we'll clarify that. Underwater combat, instanced content, the dying gear
Apologies for the
system.
typos. I see typos in there.
There's some typos. There's
Yeah.
a little bit of typos. Transmog, dying gear system, pets, and then certain aerial combat abilities for some of the flying or gliding mounts. Religions and auction house, right? Auction house is obviously a big one from an economy perspective. That's going to come online during that time frame. Treasure maps for the Turquoise Sea and for the Anvils are going to be online as well from a content perspective. We're going to have dynamic world dungeons again that will be introduced, and unique story arcs added. As always, development is moving and subject to change. So these are our goals for phases 1, 2, and 3. And again, these goals can change. We will be talking with you as we go through playing these periods, these phases, our development updates will start to change their focus and will be about playing the game with the players, going through that experience, talking about the feedback we're getting, talking about the testing, talking about what's in active development, and showing some of that 6-week cadence content delivery as part of those live streams as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a shift from what historically has been the purview of our company's public face to the community, and now is going to look like us playing the game with the players and talking about the things that we're doing with the game in a live fashion setting.
And as we go into each of these phases, we will, like, October 25th, we're going to have information prior to that will give you kind of an understanding of what we're coming into that phase with. And then as we have updates, we'll have patch notes, we'll have information in regards to the bigger updates. You'll probably see those in a little bit more of a different fashion, maybe some video formats, maybe some live streams. So you'll be seeing a lot of this stuff in more detail as we move forward in each of the phases.
Yes. And I do see some comments about Character Creator. When is Character Creator? Those of you who have access to Alpha 2 will have access to the Character Creator starting in phase 1. So the Character Creator is available with the game client in phase 1. What we have changed with regards to the Character Creator is that we will not have a standalone Character Creator client probably until phase 3. At some point in phase 3, we will release that standalone Character Creator client. But right now, the Character Creator is part of phase 1. And those of you who have access to phase 1 will go through the character creation process as normal as you enter into the game and play the game.
And those who have already been starting to test with us for pre-Alpha 2 have already been kind of messing with it. It's still, we're still adding features and adjustments, but once we hit phase 1 of Alpha 2, you'll be seeing a lot more of those come online, especially for the 2 races that we'll be launching, which is the VEC and the KLAR.
Yes.
All right.
So what do we got next?
The next thing is Alpha 2 access. For those of you who didn't purchase Alpha 2 access before, this has been a thing that you guys keep asking us for. It's been something that we've been discussing
we
internally.
have got ticket after ticket after ticket. We have gotten a lot of commentary about this. I know that we have made statements in the past about how we're going to approach releasing that new keys. To be clear, these Alpha 2 access keys are just the keys. This is a significant departure from what historically we have done with regards to pre-order packages, having virtual currency, having playtime when the game launches, having multiple access and access to beta 1 and 2. These keys will just have access to Alpha 2, and they will have access to different phases of Alpha 2. It is extremely important. To remember, you are not purchasing access to a game. You are not purchasing access to an early access. You are purchasing access to testing Alpha 2. So that is a very important aspect of these different items. Margaret, do you want to talk a little bit about how? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we're keeping in mind the people who have purchased before as well. We know that our community has definitely expressed concern in regards to that. So hopefully, I know we're not going to please everybody. Steven and I have said that many times to ourselves. We're like, we're trying to be as fair as possible as we can be. But how this is going to work is all 3 of these keys will be available to you on Wednesday, August 21st, 2024 at 11 a.m. Pacific. That is going to be next Wednesday. So for those of you who are with us watching this live on Friday, that is when that is going to take place. Each of these will end at a certain date or until supplies last. So we will have a number that we are looking at internally in order to make sure that we can service those users, have the capacity in order to make sure you have a good experience in Alpha 2. But if we hit those supplies, then we will let you know in advance, like, hey, we're going to start taking this down at this date, if it is before that date. But we're hoping that we won't have to do that, and it should end around the time lots that are there that you can see on the screen here. And then, so...
And just real quick, it's important to note, I just want to hammer this home again, and content creators, please help me with this as well. You should not be buying a key to Alpha 2 if you're expecting to play a game.
Yeah, don't get first wave, especially.
Especially first wave. The great thing about us not having an NDA is that if you want to see the game's progress and not from a developer's perspective, you can see other people playing this game and you can see the progress of the game. You are not going to miss out on anything if you do not participate in Alpha 2. You're going to be able to see other people playing the game. Persistence doesn't carry over into the live launch of the game. It's going to be a brand new, fresh start when it comes to the launch of Ashes of Creation. So there's nothing that you're missing out on if you do not participate in Alpha 2. We are releasing these A2 keys because 2 reasons. One, we need additional testers as we move forward in these phases. And why do we need that? Because ultimately what happens in every MMORPG is you have some sect of retention within cohorts. And that retention is always going to be at a downward angle from your starting user cohort. So it's important to keep in mind that as phase 1 goes through and as phase 2 goes through and as phase 3 goes through, we will be introducing new users and new testers who do want to participate in testing an alpha, not looking at it from a gameplay being a fun and completed game perspective, but who want to help shape the form of what Ashes of Creation intends to be by offering good and actionable feedback, by creating bug reports for us, by crashing and being a test dummy for us, right? Those are elements of why a person who wants to participate might be encouraged to then purchase a key, not because they're purchasing access to early access.
I also want to make a clarification. If you purchase First Wave, you get access to Alpha 2 starting on that date, and you get second. You're gonna play Alpha 2 for the rest of Alpha 2. If you get Second Wave, you're gonna have that date you start, and you get to play all the way to. You don't have to buy all 3 keys. That is not how it works. Just buy one key, and you get access to Alpha 2. So that is how it works. I just want to make that very clear. You don't buy all 3. You just buy one, and then you get access from that date to the end of Alpha 2.
That's correct. Yep.
You do not get access to beta. This is only Alpha 2 access. If you want beta, we will maybe be offering another option for a beta in the future. But right now, we're focused on Alpha 2 at the moment. We won't be bringing back pre-order packs. We've already said that before. So it will just be in the future. If we do decide to increase the amount of people in beta 1 or beta 2, it would be similar to this in the sense that it will be a key that you purchase for just that access. And it's not a code key. It's just access. You're gaining access to the game. You're not getting a code or a key that you're giving out to anybody.
And as Margaret said at the beginning, like, we fully understood and expected that this is going to be the spiciest of topics when it comes to access to the game, right? And there's not going to be a price that's going to please everybody. No. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And with regards to the 2 objectives that releasing the additional keys provides. The first one, again, was providing the testers that we need in order to shape the game the right way. The second is there are a lot of people who want to participate that didn't know about Ashes of Creation 6 months ago, that didn't know about Ashes of Creation 4 months ago, that are learning about Ashes of Creation today.
That may learn about Ashes of Creation in May of next year.
Tomorrow, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So we need to have avenues for those audiences to access the game. And what we've done here is we've approached it taking a look at the value of alpha access within the previous packages that we've offered as it relates to the other components of those packages, the game time, the virtual currency for the cosmetics themselves and their value. Right. So comparatively, like, I would ask that some of the content creators also help to articulate and enumerate what the value proposition is between those two when we think about that from a comparative standpoint.
The other thing to note here is that we haven't provided an end date for Alpha 2. I think people are asking about that and want iteration on it, but we'll end Alpha 2 when we feel it's ready. So we want to make sure, as you saw in that phase 3 slide, there are some things that we want to ensure that we make sure that we get. And there's some additional features and systems that we'd also like to get in there for Alpha 2 that are not listed on that page. So we will kind of extend that Alpha 2 for as long as we feel it's necessary. So you will get a good chunk of time to play the game and test it. Obviously, towards the end there, you'll be playing more of a game. for the beginning, it's going to be very much like Steven said, you're not really playing a game, you're testing it. And it's going to be, a lot more basic systems versus as we get later in the phases, you'll see more of those intricacies come online.
And so I know the next section that we have is the AMA. And
Yes.
before we get into the AMA, I want to close by saying this for the deck. Two important points. First, with regards to what we're doing with Alpha 2, the testing that it entails, the incomplete status of the game, right? The what we've talked about, this is not a completed game. One thing I love about our community, and that me having played many different MMOs, as many of you have, it can be difficult to find a community, in my opinion, as genuine as ours, and as welcoming and inviting and polite as ours. Not everybody is going to like what we're doing from a gameplay perspective. Not everybody is going to like the visuals of the game. Not everybody is going to like the monetization strategy of selling the keys. Not everybody is going to like cosmetics. Not everybody is going to like PvP. There is a very eclectic crowd of MMORPG players, and we are not building an MMO for everyone. And we know that, and we accept that, and that's a truth. There is a specific section of the market share that is going to be interested in Ashes of Creation. When those people who are not interested in one of those things comes into our community and says things that may ruffle your feathers, I would implore you to continue the upstanding tradition that our community has had over the course of these last several years and be polite. Give them the proper advice and direction when it comes to how we as other human beings who live behind a screen should interact with each other, right? We are one community. We're a gaming community.
And you can
we
get
are
them
gamers.
to change their mind too, right?
No, yeah,
That is the biggest thing.
Yeah,
Like, they could become part of our community if they just understood where we're coming from too.
Well, that speaks to being a good representative. And again, what I would say is we are one gaming community. We are all gamers together. We have different interests, and that's okay. And we have different thoughts, and some of us can be more abrasive than others, and that's okay too. But what I would ask of our community, and content creators help me hit this home too, is that we are inviting of other opinions, we are inviting of other thoughts, and that we don't pounce, we don't attack, and we don't mistreat. We follow that golden rule. And we can be good stewards of this community and good representatives, like Margaret said. And by doing so, we will attract more users to this game. So please, I would tell you, as my fellow gamers, let us represent the best of us. Things are likely going to change, and people are not going to like that. And it is important for us not to be white knights. Hold us accountable where we need to be held accountable. That's part of the symbiotic relationship between a developer and a community, right? That's an important aspect of that. I don't watch criticisms or videos that talk about, losing trust in Intrepid or delays or problems. This is a marathon, not a race. Is that the right phrasing?
Yeah, I think.
I think I always get that mixed up. It's like, this is a marathon, not a sprint, or this is not a race.
Yeah.
This is a long haul journey. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Thank you. The chat is saying it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is a marathon, not a sprint. What does that mean? That means that we still have a road ahead of us. We still have a lot of things that we need to do. And as a result of that road still being significant, there are going to be changes to what we have talked about here today. And so trust, that relationship of trust, is hearing those words as well and having an understanding when those words are spoken, that could be the reality, and let us help set expectations with the broader community about that truth. That is what helps.
And I think on the front of, when you talked about we take criticism. We understand that criticism is an important part of the process. I mean, that's the whole point of feedback loops and suggestions and understanding what you guys want and making sure we're all on the same page. I think that it's how you communicate your criticisms, which is the big thing. There are constructive ways to do that versus ways that are kind of vulgar, like Stephen said. And I think like finding the balance there is going to be very important because, we're all people. We're doing our best on our front to like create a great game, right?
I thought that we
come
were
from
pod
good
people.
we come with good intentions, right? The worst thing that I always see is like when people say, "Oh, the developers don't care." I will let you know, everyone here at Intrepid cares, like so
Cares
deeply,
beyond more, than you could imagine.
and it is hard when we read stuff, and it's like, oh man, we totally get where that person's coming from, but at the same time, we have to adhere to what we can do on our end at the same time. So we try to be as open and communicative with you guys about how we're doing things, what we're doing. And ensuring that you have an understanding of those things. They may not always be the thing you want, but it's kind of making sure that you understand why and how we're doing it.
I'm going to tell you one thing about recruitment at this studio. There is a question that every single person who works here has answered when it comes to an interview that I have with them. What are your favorite MMOs that you've played? Every single person here is an MMO gamer. And that is why it is so important to us, as Margaret is saying, to deliver on something that we ourselves would be proud of. And if that takes time, if that takes us doing iterations that we didn't plan for, making changes that we didn't plan for, that is something that we have the luxury of doing because of the unique circumstances of how this studio was founded. Right? That is not typical within the industry. I cannot express enough. If you know anyone in this industry and you talk to them about the story of Intrepid and what we're building, it is very unique. When I go on LinkedIn and I see the commentary from people about Intrepid and about Ashes, is it taking a long time to develop this game? What we're doing is special, and it should take a long time to do something special.
I mean,
right?
You think about most of the MMOs that have been created, like the legacy of MMOs that have been created. Most of them did take 10 to 15 years to create. So keeping that in mind, hopefully we don't have to take that long, but you never know. So I think and that was, a different age when like things were a little bit more simpler in the way that content was created. And now it's like people want and expect very intricate systems with great UI, with great user input, right? Like it's just a totally different time, as well as even some of the accessibility features that you need to have these days. It's just a very different development world that we live in. And of course, we are sharing the journey. Most developers don't do that. They create the game and then they share it with you as it's already created. Yep. So they don't, and their alphas and betas are more like testing phases that are like, hey, we have a full product. Now we're just showing it to you guys to ensure that we're hitting the line and we're just bug fixing, right? Whereas Absolutely. We're like, this is a true, prototype alpha phase that you would
It's expect. Hot off the rack. Destroy it.
we're past that now because we're in alpha 2, but
I know.
Yeah, it's kind of the, that type of system where like we're actually showing you what true development looks like versus which is behind closed doors normally. By
the way, the most important thing I want to talk about real quick, last point. I saw somebody before we go into the AMA. I saw Sinzoa in chat say pay to win garbage is what keeps coming out. We don't even talk about that anymore because it's just an understood thing.
Yeah, we are not doing pay to win.
The most important thing is that we don't do any pay to win and we never will. So that is a very important thing to keep in mind. I know that there are new MMOs today. I think about what MMOs are playable, what MMOs can we play, and how is monetization screwing the design.
Yeah, our goal is only
pay to win stuff. Is always that.
If you see stuff that are on our purchases, it's mostly cosmetic things. We try our best to keep it that way.
Absolutely. Let's do this AMA.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Our first question here is from Araga, and they want to know about debug tools. Is the team planning to make a debug tool so Alpha 2 testers can identify and share critical information regarding bugs like XYZ coordinates, nodes, server boundaries, etc.?
Absolutely. Currently, we do have some debug tools in place for users. For Alpha
2 users to use, though.
Well, we have our XYZ coordinate system in place that Alpha 2 users can activate through page down right now. You don't need to be a fluffy bunny to do that. We will have other A2 debug tools that will be in place by phase 1. I know that's currently planned.
When you do
now-
/bug in the game, it will actually give us some of that information too automatically on our end.
Absolutely.
So any of the information that we need to know in regards to like the location
Yep.
of where your bug is happening, that will be provided in there.
Absolutely. And then in addition, yes, we will have other features that will be available for debug commands that players will have access to that might spit out their log to us immediately. Right now we have a reader on the log for the travel to world screen from the character creator or from the character stable that gives you information around your connection state. There will be a number of different debug tools that we'll have available.
Right.
And those will come online at different times during phase 1, 2, and 3.
Our next question here is from Rain Doan, who wants to know about population over time. What is the expected maximum amount of players that will be able to be in-game across all realms at the start of Alpha 2, and how do you expect that to change over time?
Yeah, so right now when we think about the maximum number of players, so obviously we have CCU, which is concurrent users per realm. We have CCU across a region or cluster, and then we have our expected daily active users and monthly active users that we're aiming for. We have over 100,000 people that will be at the start of Alpha 2. We talked a little bit earlier about having 3,000 CCU, so any given time on a per realm basis to start. Our goal is to grow that as the design play space expands, as that moves forward from phase 1 to 2 and 3. Eventually that 3K CCU will grow to 5K to 6K to 8K until it lands somewhere between 8 to 10,000 per realm. Now, when we talk about scalability for deploying multiple realms at a time, our solution right now, we feel pretty confident in that being able to stand up multiple realms as is necessary to facilitate a high concurrency of potentially multiple hundreds of thousands of users come Alpha 2.
All right. And our next one is about testing expectations from Blip. Do you want the testers to play the game as they normally would and find bugs that way, or will you have specific testings for our systems and features, like requesting specific things? Or are we allowed to find weaknesses like exploits and hacks, reversing the client, and so forth? Spicy one.
Both, right? We definitely want players and testers to play the game as normally and find bugs. But at the same time, if players come across weaknesses or exploits or hacks, we want players to report that to us immediately. Now, there's a fine line between finding a exploit or a hack or some issue and utilizing that to a benefit or an advantage as opposed to reporting that to us. There will be a firm hand when it comes with dealing with people who are bad actors in the game. And just to speak to this, I talked a little bit about, representing, gamers as a community. There are those of you out there who are very technically savvy, who are capable of putting to use your knowledge for good or for bad. And what I would ask of you is that if you care about the MMORPG genre, if you care about, the hard work and persistence of hundreds of people that are working on this project, that you would use your powers for good, my friend. And that means that as you find these things, you report them to us, and we will reward you bountifully with people who come to us and are open about how they find issues with the game. And that I think is a good relationship between the developer and the players. But don't use it for bad. Don't take advantage of it. Don't cause problems with it.
When they're big issue, like big exploitations or things like that, making sure that you kind of like message them privately to one of our community managers or through our CS or through our bug reporting tools, rather than like, posting on the forums and be like, hey, everybody, look at how you can exploit this thing, right? Because we will be looking at logs, we will be looking at data, we can see who's doing the bad things, and we will take action on those accounts. And we don't want to have to do that, right? We don't want to have to ban you from playing in the future or suspend you for a certain period of time. Like, that is not our goal in the long run. We really want to work together with you guys to find those things.
Faux show.
All right, ready for the next one?
Ready.
This is the spiciest one. I think we've talked about it a bit, though. This
Spicy.
is from Pirates, and they want to know about date expectations. We've provided a lot of dates here. How do you intend to comply with the dates that you present with this roadmap when it's been a challenge in the past for Intrepid?
Sure. So I'm going to answer this in two parts. The first part is, how do we intend to comply? I don't know that comply is the right word. I think that I would rephrase this in, how do you intend to hit your goals for the dates that you present? Because that's a little bit more representative of the context that we're trying to provide these dates within. These are dates that are goals. Okay. And so what that means is, we're going to try to accomplish them with the way that we've been accomplishing our product development thus far, which is through a robust project management style that's accompanied through a hardworking, experienced, and knowledgeable production team that works with our veteran MMO developers who have made these games over the course of their careers of 25 plus years for many of them. And we're going to execute in a fashion that involves the use of the feedback systems that we've created with our community. That is how we intend to deliver upon our goals. Now, the second part of this question, which is basically, it has been a challenge in the past for Intrepid. This is a difficult game to make. I don't know if you know that, but this is one of the more complex MMOs that I personally have seen from a systems perspective, from a features perspective, from an intent to launch with content perspective. You might ask yourselves, well, why are you trying to create an MMO as complex as Ashes of Creation and as with as much content as Ashes of Creation is trying to launch with? The answer is because we believe the space needs that. We believe that the MMORPG genre is a prime genre for a product like this to come in and shake up this idea of what an MMO should be. And because we're trying to do something difficult, and that is a difficult task, we are going to have setbacks. We're going to have hurdles. As I said, we're going to fail. And the right attitude about failure is to embrace it and move past it and learn from it and not fail in the same way again. That is the importance of failure. It's not that we're not going to fail. It's that when we do, we're going to talk to you about it. We're going to level set about it. And we are going to make changes to avoid that particular failure again in the future. And so I think that's the important part in the relationship between community and developer, is to make sure that that understanding exists. So yeah, that's.
It's a hard one too. I think all of us in this chat have probably experienced a game that has launched at a time when it shouldn't have, right? It should have been given a little bit more time, a little bit more love. And so we are the arbiters of deciding whether that, hits or not. And I think Stephen is always of the mind that if we need more time, we will take more time to make sure that it is what it needs to be. So just keeping that in mind. I know there's a flip side to both things. It's the like the excitement that you want something, but at the same time, it's kind of understanding the other side of it too, is ensuring that it really is what you want.
And look, I don't want to take more time to develop this game. I would love to have this game ready tomorrow. I don't want to take more time and more money. I mean, yeah. Trust me, there is no objective closer and dearer to my heart than that truth. However, what I would say is that I will always be willing to eat crow. I don't want to have to do it. But if the product calls for me to do it, then I will come here and I will talk to you about why it happened.
And it's not fun to do that part.
And it is not fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun to do it.
Leave us. We don't want to do it either. Next one here is about employment logistics. And this is from Mr. Kawashima, and they want to know, given recent layoffs in the gaming industry attributed to rising development cost and kind of very fitting with that conversation that we just had, and industry shifts, what proactive measures is Intrepid Studios taking to mitigate similar financial pressures? Are there contingency plans in place to avoid workforce reduction while continuing the development of Ashes of Creation? I feel like one of our developers wrote this. No, I'm just kidding.
I know. I was going to say.
We might have a job forever. No, just kidding.
And this is a good segue too, as something that's near and dear to my heart with regards to the financing side of it. Obviously, it has been a little bit of a rough time for the industry over the course of the last year and a half ish. There's been a lot of layoffs, and I'm not going to deny the fact that that there is some silver lining to that truth within the industry for us as a company, us as a studio, us as a project, in the sense that we have been able to grow our ranks significantly over the course of the last year and a half, as you guys have witnessed, right? And those individuals who have joined this team are an incredibly and talented group of people. And, when I think about what it takes for Intrepid to deliver upon this big promise that is Ashes of Creation, it takes those types of people and the quantities of people that we have working on this project. And that is an expensive endeavor. If I think about, we never really talk about finances for the company from a by the numbers perspective. And that's generally because we're not dependent on outside investors and publishers in order to deliver the game, right? And so it's important that, when we talk about what does it take to make Ashes of Creation? Well, to date, we've probably spent around $85 to $90 million in the development and the creation of Ashes of Creation. And when we talk about, the distribution of that investment within the product, roughly, 30 million of that has come from pre-order sales and Kickstarter. So there is a significant personal interest in the success of this company and of this product.
Because they were a Kickstarter backer, they paid for like a big chunk of it, and it's like, oh no,
no.
We've definitely
no.
Stephen has put in a lot of his personal money in there. So
just to be clear,
we appreciate the support though.
There is no greater interest and importance to the success of this team, of this product, than it means to myself and John. So when I think about how do we mitigate those financial pressures, we're in a unique position. As I said earlier, this is a unique story, Intrepid Studios. Intrepid Studios is a unique thing in the space of creating games. We not only do things differently from a financing perspective, we do things differently from a development perspective. We do things differently from a community engagement perspective. Because of how different we do things, it can be difficult to compare us to other teams or products as a result of that, because the parallel there is just not the same. Are there contingency plans to avoid workforce reductions while continuing the development of Ashes of Creation? The second part of this question. If it was necessary for us to engage with a foreign publisher for territories outside of North America and Europe, the quality of the product, I believe, in Alpha 2 is going to afford us that ability to do that engagement, right? That has the potential, when we think about, additional financing contingencies, for us to engage with. And of course, we're interested in potential publishers for some Asian territories and outside of Asia that we are going to be engaging with when the product is ready for that stage of engagement. So that's an important thing to keep in mind.
I think the other side of this,
hopefully that answers your question.
I think the other side of this is how we also develop our product. So we try not to hire unless we need the role, like unless we know we have work for that person to do. And in the cases where we have influxes of work, for instance, like, hey, we have a bunch of things that need to be done, but we won't need that work forever. We contract out some of that work.
Absolutely.
Right. Like we will
Absolutely.
like, you hire me for 6 months and I do the thing. And then I'm like, so that person knows like their job is to do that one thing and then they're gone. So it's not like you're hiring them and laying them off type of situation.
And just to add to that point, right, sustainable growth has been a guiding principle of the studio over the course of development. So when you think about like, well, why is it taking so long to develop this game? We didn't start with 200 plus, full-time employees. We started with 6, and that grew to 12, and that grew to 20, and then it grew to 40, and then 60, and then, like there has been a slow growth that is traditional with these types of projects as you move from a white paper phase to a pre-production phase to a production phase to QA phases. Like that is how growth works, right? When done correctly.
Right. Our next one here is about character creation. And this is from Balrog, and they want to know, can we get an update on when the character, we talked about this a little bit before, but this was the question that was there. Creation tool will be available. When does it launch? Presumably ahead of Alpha 2, because that's what we had stated previously. Will we have the option to reserve our names then? So kind of a two-parter. So,
two-parter. So we talked a little bit about the character creator. Like as you said, it is going to be available, but as part of the client starting in phase 1, it's currently available now. Some people are getting some wonky results out of it as we do the bug fixes, but that's okay. Clayton's been doing a great job with that, as has the rest of the team. When it launches, presumably ahead of A2, will we have the option to reserve our names then? We will not have the option, I believe, to do the name reservations.
We're not going to do that through the character creator.
Oh no, we're not going to do this through the character creator. I thought this was a second question. Second question is
part of it.
Name. Oh, okay, sorry. So it's not going to be during character creator. We will get back to you on when name reservations will be available. We might try to see if we can get something in place by phase 3, but no guarantees there. It might not be until after.
Yeah, it might be more in the beta phases. For us, we don't really you don't need the name reservation until launch, really. But I understand that some people want to have their name because they're streaming or whatever it might be as well. It is nice to have. All right. 1 second. Got to get the next question on here. I was talking instead of prepping. I'm running the show.
No worries. Oh, my bad.
The next
I can
one,
dance a jig. Do you need me to dance?
No, you're good. The next one is from R2 Aruntelli, and they want to know about node scope. What is the expected scope for the node features for launch of A2? And what have you scoped for later development? We kind of showed this a little bit, but they wanted to know level range, racial aesthetics. We didn't really talk about that in there, so maybe you can compound on that. And then amounts of nodes, node types, superpowers, etc.
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit earlier, and I'll allow kind of content creators to help enumerate the specifics.
All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. I need to eat something before I have some things I need to go do for the next few hours. These questions aren't really interesting me. So I'm going to go eat and all that stuff. Again, just for those of you guys who don't remember, who weren't here earlier, I will be back at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time tonight with Dr. Burns from the Copium Clinic YouTube channel. We're going to be talking all about the AMA today and the roadmap and everything that happened. So you guys come back and hang out with me in about 5 hours from now. So thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys here in a little few hours.
So to start in phase 1, we will have